Stitched Kitsune, Chapter 1. Konoha 6 years after the Kyuubi attack. 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was walking through the streets of Konoha alone, as usual. He had a look of sadness that was always on his face. All his life he's been alone. He's never had any parents, no siblings, no friends. The closest he'd ever had any kind of relationship is the two nice people who owned the ramen stand he frequented. But other than that, he had no one. What's worse is that he's hated by the villager for some unknown reason. Up until 2 years ago, he was in an orphanage, however, it was far from a happy home. The children of the orphanage were kept away from him by the ladies who ran the place. They never paid him any attention other than to beat him, scold him, or punish him. Most of those nights, he spent them in a dark, damp, and cold broom closet, and most of those nights he had to go hungry as they didn't bother to feed him. When Naruto was 4, he was kicked out of the orphanage for misconduct. Naruto was thrown out only with the tattered clothes on his back. Just when Naruto thought things were getting better, they began to get worse, as now he was attacked by the villagers. He's been pelted with rocks, ran out of stores, beaten until he was unconscious, and even had cigarettes put out on his skin. The worst thing that happened to him so far was that he was captured by some Chunin and used as target practice. They missed all of Naruto's fatal points and left him there with dozens of shuriken and kunai in his body. Naruto was so busy thinking about his life that he nearly missed the sound of cries coming from the woods. "What's going on, Naruto?" thought as he ran into the woods. Naruto ran into the woods until he came upon a sight that made his blood boil. "Get up, princess," a boy taunted to a girl who was crying on the ground. "Show us your Byakugan," another said as he kicked some dirt on her. "Yeah, you freaks show us," another boy said. Hinata Hyuga was off playing when a group of boys began to pick on her. They hit her, pulled her hair, and threw her to the ground. She was always a shy, timid girl. Her father constantly berated her, and her cousin Niji psychologically tormented her to no end. Hinata had no one in her life since her mother died over a year ago, giving birth to her sister. As she got ready for more hits and insults, she heard a voice rise up. "Leave her alone," a voice shouted. Hinata looked up and saw a boy. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker like birthmarks, and was wearing torn and tattered clothes. "Oh, look at this tough guy," one of the boys said, walking over Naruto. "What you going to do?" he said with a smile as Naruto reached into his pocket. "Pocket pepper," Naruto shouted as he threw pepper powder into the boy's face. The boy began to scream and cry as the pepper began to burn his face. The other boys, seeing this, charged at Naruto. "You little turd," one of the boys said as he cocked back his fist. The boy hit Naruto across the face, knocking him to the ground. Both boys began to beat Naruto until they stopped a few minutes later, leaving Naruto with bruises and a broken nose. "Hey, grab him and let's go," the boy said to his friend, and he nodded. They both retrieved their friend and leave. Hinata got up and ran over to the blonde boy. "Or, why you okay?" she stuttered out. Naruto rose up and wiped his bloody lip. "Yeah, I'm fine," Naruto said, sitting up. "I've taken worse beating before," Naruto said with a chuckle, making Hinata flinch. "I am sorry," Hinata said, bowing. If it wasn't for me, then you wouldn't be hurt," she said, and Naruto shook his head. "No, it's fine," Naruto said as he got up. "I know what it's like to get picked on, and I couldn't stand seeing it happening to someone else," Naruto said with a smile. Naruto then put out his hand. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said, smiling. Hinata froze for a second and took his hand. "My name is Hinata Hyuga," she said, and Naruto shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Hinata," Naruto said as he let go and began to fidget. "Do you want to be my friend?" Naruto asked. Hinata looked at him wide-eyed. "Friend? He wants me to be his friend," Hinata thought. Hinata fidgeted for a minute before nodding. "I would like that," Hinata said, and Naruto smiled. "Great. I have to go. Let's meet here tomorrow, okay?" Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. "That sounds wonderful," Hinata said with a smile. "I have a friend now," Hinata thought with happiness. For the first time in a long time, she felt happiness. 6 months later, Naruto and Hinata were sitting on a log in the forest where they met over 6 months ago. Hinata and Naruto grew closer over the past few months. Naruto told her about his life up until that point. Hinata was shocked to say the least. Hinata was always brought up to believe the will of fire like everyone else in Konoha, but now she was doubting the validity of what she's been told to believe. "Hey, Hinata," Naruto said, speaking up, gaining her attention. "What's your dream for the future?" Naruto asked. Hinata looked at him and thought for a minute. "I want to be respected," Hinata said. "I want my father to love me. I want my cousin Niji to accept me. And I want to change the Hyuga clan for the better," she said with a soft smile. "That's really nice, Hinata," Naruto said. "I don't have a dream," Naruto said, making Hinata look at him. "I never really had anything to live for," he said before looking at Hinata. "But ever since I met you, I've been happy," Naruto said, making Hinata blush. "So now, I guess I do have a dream," Naruto said. "I'll help you be happy, and I'll help you change your clan," he said, and Hinata smiled. "Really, Naruto? You'll do that?" Hinata said with happiness in her voice. "Of course, Hinata. You're my best and only friend," Naruto said. Naruto was then grabbed into a hug by Hinata. Naruto, never being hugged before, did not know how to respond. "You're my best friend to Naruto," Hinata said before pulling away. "You always have and always will be," she said, and Naruto smiled. Naruto stood up. "Well, I better go now," Naruto said. "See you tomorrow, Hinata," Naruto said as he walked off. "Bye, Naruto," Hinata said as he began to make her way to the Hyuga compound. Unknown to either of them, there was a figure hiding nearby. Associating with commoners, Lady Hinata, Niji thought with a scowl on his face. "Let's see what Lord Hayashi thinks of this," he thought as he walked off. Later that night, Naruto was in his run-down apartment boiling water for his ramen. Naruto turned off the stove and got ready to add the water to the noodles. Just then, the door to his apartment was kicked open and several hooded figures rushed in. Naruto, in a panic, threw the boiling water at one of the figures, hitting him in the face with the boiling liquid. "Gah!" The man screamed as he began rolling on the ground in pain. Naruto began to run, but was hit on the back by another intruder. The intruder only poked him with 2 fingers, but the pain Naruto felt traveled up his spine, sending him to the ground. "Little shit," the man said. "Grab him and tie up the kid," he said. Naruto tried to turn over, but was knocked out when the man kicked him in the face. Outside Konoha, Naruto woke up with a groan as he took in his surroundings. Naruto looked down and saw that he was completely naked and tied to a tree. Naruto tried to shout, but couldn't as he realized he was gagged. Naruto began to try and break free, but couldn't. Look, he's awake. A voice came catching Naruto's attention. Well then, I guess it's time to start, he said. Naruto saw 6 men walking towards him with kunai and scalpels in their hands. Naruto began to cry and beg, but the gag in his mouth prevented anything from coming out. The man punched Naruto in the gut. Shut up, brat, he hissed as he brought the kunai up against Naruto's chest. You have dishonored the Hyuga clan. You should have stayed away from Lady Hinata, he said, and Naruto grew wide-eyed. Hinata, Naruto thought. She may be a useless failure, but she's still the heiress to the clan. He said, now you gotta pay, and you'll be paying in flesh, he said. The man then began to drag the knife across Naruto, cutting off a chunk of flesh, making him scream in pain. Come on, boys. Let's teach him a lesson, he said. The remaining men then began to join in as they began to skin and dismember Naruto. Naruto screamed and struggled as the torture went on. 1 hour later, Kakuzu of Taki, rogue ninja and bounty hunter, was walking through the fire country on his way to find another bounty mission. Since his failed attempt to assassinate Hashirama Senju 70 years ago, Kakuzu has been a wandering bounty hunter. He may not be able to control his fate, but he can control his money. In Kakuzu's mind, money was the essence of life. Nothing else in his life has ever been a constant. As Kakuzu continued down the road, he saw a light off in the distance. Bandits probably, he thought, pocket change, but better than nothing, he thought as he began to sneak over to the light. A Kakuzu approached. He saw a sight that shook him to the core. 6 men surrounding a bound and bloody figure tied to a tree. Judging by the size of the person, he guessed it had to be a kid. Okay, boys, one of the figures said, I think that's enough. Let's finish him, and he began until he and his comrades were attacked by threads coming out of the ground. The threads dug into their feet and kept them all planted. The threads began to enter their bodies as they began to scream from the pain. What are you scum doing? Kakuzu said as he walked forward, hundreds of threads coming from his body and going into the ground, keeping the 6 men in place. Who the fuck are you? One of them shouted. Kakuzu looked at him and scowled behind his face mask. Kakuzu then proceeded to move the threads inside the man's body and wrapped it around his heart. Kakuzu then proceeded to slice the man's heart to pieces, killing him instantly. What are you doing? Kakuzu said, his tone emanating danger. Getting rid of a demon, another man said, and Kakuzu nodded. Look, man, you don't have to do this. You can just, he began, but Kakuzu heard enough. Kakuzu began to run the threads through the men's internal organs, piercing them and scrambling them. Kakuzu recalled his threads and let the bodies fall to the ground. Kakuzu removed their masks and saw their faces. Hyuga branch members, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu walked over to the bound body and looked at it. Poor boy. Such a barbaric way to die, he thought as he pulled out a kunai to cut the ropes. The body dropped to the ground and with a wet splat. Asterisk groan asterisk. Naruto groaned in agony, making Kakuzu looked at him wide-eyed. He's alive, Kakuzu thought in surprise. Kakuzu then knelt down and looked at his body. Half of his skin is flayed, muscles severed, fingers and toes cut off, and Kakuzu thought as he looked down. Kakuzu then looked on in horror and disgust. They even cut off his genitals. Goddamn, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu then put both his hands on Naruto and began to use his threads to stitch him back together. Kakuzu looked over his shoulder at the pile of skin and other body parts lying on the ground and brought them over. Kakuzu began to sew the boy back together little by little. After 20 minutes, Kakuzu stood up with sweating and breathing heavily. Kakuzu was able to reattach the boy's skin, ears, fingers and toes, his genitals, and fix his muscles. But the boy looked like hell. Thousands of stitched across his whole body. He looked more like a homemade doll than a person. Kakuzu picked the boy up and began to walk away. He's lost a lot of blood, and he may still die of infection, Kakuzu thought as he looked down at the stitched boy. What did this kid do to deserve something like this, he thought. Well, boy, Kakuzu said to the unconscious Naruto, I've wasted a lot of time and energy on you. So you better earn your keep with me, he said. You better not die until you repay your debt to me, he said with a chuckle as they walked off into the darkness. Stitched Kitsune. Chapter 2. Konoha Council Chambers. One day after Naruto's attack. Hayashi, you idiotic buffoon, Hiruzen shouted towards Hayashi Hyuga, who was looking down in shame. You sent a group of Hyuga branch members to torture Naruto. Do you know what you done? He shouted. Naruto is a weapon of great military importance. He is our village's deterrent against hostile forces, and now he is gone, and all we have to show is a pile of dead Hyugas, he shouted. Lord Hokage Tsum Inazuka spoke up. You told us to keep our children away from the boy, and if need be attack, she began, but Hiruzen slammed his fist on the table he was at. Yes, attack, Hiruzen shouted. Give him a beating here, throw a stone at him there, starve him most of the time. Then when the time is right, I swoop in and gain his trust, he said. But not torture him, not cripple him. What good is a living weapon? Is he's crippled or fucking dead? Hiruzen shouted. Minato gave his life up in order to ensure that Konoha has a container in order to keep the village safe. And now this pale-eyed bastard and his clan of inbreeds has gone and fucked up my whole plan, he shouted. Hayashi stood up with an angry look on his face. What did you? He began until he was hit by a wave of killing intent from Hiruzen. Hayashi, sit your ass back down, or you'll be joining your wife and brother in the afterlife, Hiruzen said, and Hayashi complied. The only thing special about your clan is that Dojutsu of yours. Keep that shit up, and I'll ensure that your clan pays the price, he said, and Hayashi nodded. Now, since this is your fuck up, you and your clan are tasked in finding Naruto and bringing him back, he said, and Hayashi nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. Right away, Hayashi said, and Hiruzen scowled. And Hayashi, Hiruzen said, looking at Hayashi, don't you think about punishing your daughter Hinata over this, he said, and Hayashi nodded. Last thing we need is for you to lose your heiress over something so petty as this, he said, and Hayashi nodded. Lord Hokage, what do you plan to do about the village? Shikakanara said. We don't have a container now, he said, and Hiruzen sighed. We do have another option, Hiruzen said as he snapped his fingers, and Umbu landed next to him. Send word to Taki. We'll need the 7 tails, but don't tell them we lost the 9 tails. If they say no, bring up the treaty. The first Hokage rode up, he said, and the Umbu nodded. We need that boy back, Hiruzen said, but where the hell is he, he said. Fire Country farmland, in a barn. Kakuzu was looking down at the boy he saved as the boy's short, shallow breaths hummed through the barn. Kakuzu bribed the farmer to let him and Naruto stay in the barn for a few days, no questions asked. Kakuzu reached out and put his hand on Naruto's chest and felt his heart beat. His heart is weak, Kaku thought. He won't survive if much longer, unless Kaku thought as he looked down at his chest. It'll cost me a heart and make me vulnerable, he thought as he looked at the boy. Looks like this will be added to your tab too, boy, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu placed himself above Naruto, his chest 6 inches above Naruto's. Kakuzu's stitches began to undo themselves as they began to go into Naruto's chest as his fire mask began to be transferred over to Naruto's. Kakuzu was halfway done when he began to feel lightheaded. What is this, Kakuzu thought as his world went black? Naruto's mindscape. Kakuzu woke up feeling himself in water. He sat up and looked around and saw he was in a sewer. Where the hell am I? Kakuzu said out loud. Kakuzu began to walk into the darkness of the sewer. Kakuzu walked until he saw 2 things up ahead. One was Naruto, laying on the ground, still unconscious, and the other was towering bars with a seal planted on them. Kakuzu ran forward and looked down at Naruto. He saw his fire mask on the right side of his chest. Looks like the transplant worked, he said out loud. Oomph. You're the first human to help him, and you hardly look human at all, said a dark voice. Kakuzu jumped up and got into a defensive stance as he looked at the metal bars. 2 giant red eyes appeared out of the darkness. I can smell the greed roll off you, human, it said. What are you? Kakuzu said, unfazed by the sight of the giant monster behind the bars. The monster came out and revealed itself to be a giant 9-tailed fox. I am the QB no Kitsune. That boy is my vessel, the QB said. And who are you? The QB said. Kakuzu, former ninja of Taki and roaming mercenary, said. So this is why they refer to the boy as a demon. The same sentiment was present when Taki got the 7 tails over 70 years ago, he said, and QB chuckled. Why save the boy, human? What is your gain? The QB said, and Kakuzu put down his guard. Pity. I know the feeling of betrayal and maltreatment, but also for financial motives, Kakuzu said. I intend to have the boy repay me for saving his life, he said, and the QB nodded. Well, if you want to help him take off the seal on these bars, the QB said, and Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. If you do so, I can pump my chakra into the boy and repair his body even faster, it said, and Kakuzu looked at it. Nobody does anything for free. So what do you want in return? Kakuzu said, and the QB smiled. Smart man, the QB said. I wish for revenge on Konoha. So, when the time is right, I want the boy to release me on Konoha once more. Then the deal will be complete, the QB said, and Kakuzu nodded. Fair enough, Kakuzu said, as the QB looked at him wide-eyed. I can tell you're telling the truth. Why would you lie? Unless I'm mistaken, you can escape this boy once he's dead, but you want to save him as the seal will be broken, Kakuzu said, and the QB laughed. I like you, human, the QB said before the laughter died down. Now, then remove the seal, it said, and Kakuzu walked forward, reaching his hand out. Before he could grab the seal, his hand was grabbed. Kakuzu turned and saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. Minato, they QB roared. The 4th Hokage, Kakuzu said, astonished. Who are you? And what are you doing inside, Naruto? Minato said, and Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. I'm nobody, Kakuzu said defiantly, and I intend to save his life, he said as he launched his threads at Minato, who jumped back, escaping the attack. Minato landed and took out several kunai. I'm not scared of you, Hokage, Kakuzu said as he took off his shirt, revealing 4 more masks. I fought the first Hokage and survived. You're not even in the same league as him, he said, and Minato scowled. You should have left Naruto where you found him, Minato said, making Kakuzu scowl. He's a citizen of Konoha and a valuable weapon, he said, and Kakuzu growled. The village skinned and mutilated him, Kakuzu growled out. It would have been a mercy if I ended his misery there and then. But I won't do that, he said. Regardless of what happened to him, he is the village's property, Minato said. I know he could endure the pain for the good of the village. He is my son after all, he said. The next thing Minato knew, he dodged a bolt of lightning from one of Kakuzu's masks. I may be a greedy and selfish man, Kaku said as hit masks began to leave his body, but I'm not a delusional fool like you. And if a man like you are willing to give away his own son's life, then I guess it's for the best I dispose of you, he said. Minato threw 3 of his special kunai towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu, seeing this, hardened his body, which was the correct move. Minato used his Hiraishin to close the distance and slash at Kakuzu's throat. Minato's kunai broke on impact, surprising him. Kakuzu retaliated by grabbing Minato by the throat and slamming him onto the ground, cracking it. Minato threw another kunai and vanished in a flash of yellow. Kakuzu, turning to where the kunai went, brought both his water and lightning hearts together in order to do a combination jutsu. Combination jutsu. Electric river. The water heart launched a water jet, and the lightning heart electrified the stream towards Minato. Minato went through hand signs and slammed his hands on ground. Water style. Water wall. Minato created a wall of water that blocked the electric attack and threw a kunai up in the air. Minato Hiraishined to the kunai, but was met by Kakuzu. Kakuzu punched Minato with his hardened fist, sending him to the ground. Your moves are fast, but they're also linear, Kakuzu said as he came down and landed in front of Minato. Minato got back up and ran towards Kakuzu. Minato formed a Rasengan in his right hand and sent it towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu dodged the attack, but was immediately hit from behind. Minato appeared from behind, Kakuzu hitting him in the back with the Rasengan. How did he do that, Kakuzu wondered. Minato landed as Kakuzu got back up. Looks like my marker stuck to him, Minato thought as he placed a marker on the back of Kakuzu's arm. When he hit him now, Minato began until he felt a shift in chakra. Minato turned and realized what Kakuzu was doing. Kakuzu was distracting him while his hearts removed the seal from the cage. Oh no, Minato thought as he tried to rush over to the cage and stop the hearts. However, he felt pain in his legs as he looked down and saw black threads burrowed into his legs. Minato realized he couldn't use his Hiraishin while caught like this. You lose, Hokage, Kakuzu said as he looked over and saw his wind heart rip off the seal from the cage, and red chakra began to leak out and cover Naruto. Naruto was covered in the chakra as Minato looked on in anger. Damn you! He's Konoha's weapon. You cannot. Minato began until Kakuzu grabbed him by the face and used his threads to sew his mouth shut. Silence, Kakuzu said as he looked at Naruto. This is only the beginning, he said as the process was nearly complete. Goodbye, Hokage, Kakuzu said as the world went white. Back in the real world, Kakuzu opened his eyes as he laid on the ground of the barn. He sat up and felt a pain on his back. Kakuzu realized that was where he was hit by the 4th Hokage's Rasengan. It wasn't a dream, then Kakuzu thought as he turned towards Naruto and was startled by the changes. Before, Naruto looked like a horrific mess, but now Naruto looked a little more normal. Naruto's threads were no longer black, but red, and his stitch looked more linear and organized than the hasty patchwork that Kakuzu did. Naruto's face had sticks, but now had less, as the only ones on Naruto's face were stitched going along his whisker marks and on the corners of his mouth, where they cut his cheeks open from the ends to about 4 inches on each side. Kakuzu went over and looked at the stitched along the body and saw they had a pattern of straight horizontal lines running across his abdomen, with one line going vertical from the bottom of his throat to his navel. Kakuzu continued to look at him when Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around and saw a man wearing a mask and a muscle shirt sitting beside him. "You're finally awake," Kakuzu said. Naruto looked at him with worry. "Are you going to kill me?" Naruto whimpered out, and Kakuzu shook his head. "No, I'm not," Kakuzu said. "I killed those men who were torturing you and repaired your body," he said, and Naruto looked at him confused. "Repair my body," Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded. Kakuzu went to the other side of the barn and picked up a mirror and held it in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at his face and ran his fingers along his stitches and then moved his hands to his body, feeling the sticks there as well. Naruto then began to cry as his appearance began to scare him. "Oh God," Naruto whimpered out. "Trust me, boy, you looked a lot worse before the fox fixed you," Kakuzu said, and Naruto looked at him confused. "Fox? What fox?" Naruto asked, and Kakuzu took in a deep breath. Kakuzu explained what had happened while Naruto was asleep, while leaving out the fact that the fourth Hokage was present, and by the end Naruto was solemn. So that's why Naruto said, "Why they call me a demon, why they beat me and starve me. Now look at me, I look like a monster now," he said as he wiped his tears. "We are all monsters on the inside, boy," Kakuzu said. "I saved your life, and now it's time to pay the bill," he said as Naruto looked at him. "You will work for me for 4 years and earn me money. For every job, I will receive 50% of your pay until the 4 years are up," he said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. "I will train you, mentor you, and when the time is right, you will fulfill your obligation to the fox," and their Kakuzu said. "This is not an offer. I wasted an entire day and lost a heart trying to save you," Kakuzu said. Naruto looked down at his hands and then clenched his fists. "I have nowhere to go home to anyway," Naruto said. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I guess this is goodbye," Naruto thought as he remembered his one and only friend. "Where will we go?" Naruto said, and Kakuzu smiled under his mask. "We will need to go to Kakuzu said. "There's a scroll there that we'll need to steal, and also we will need to steal the hero's water," Kakuzu said, making Naruto look at him confused. "Both of the objectives go hand in hand," Kakuzu said. "The scroll will help me train you, while the hero's water will help you reach your full potential," Kakuzu said. Naruto nodded. "When do we leave?" Naruto asked. "Tomorrow. So shut up and get some sleep," Kakuzu said as he went over to a stack. "There is water in the barrel over there and an outhouse a few yards away," he said as he lay down and went to sleep. Naruto got up to go and get some water. As he leaned over the barrel, his reflection in the water gave him another look at what happened to him. As he looked on, a small fire of hatred began to burn inside him. "They don't want me. Fine, fuck them. I don't need that damn village," Naruto thought as he turned and looked at Kaku. "At least with him, I'm one," Naruto thought as he took a drink of water and found another haystack and laid down on it. "Tomorrow is a new day," Naruto thought, "the first day of my new life," he thought as he closed his eyes and went to sleep Stitched Kitsune. Chapter 3. Konoha, Hokage Office. Hiruzen was going through reports on his desk, trying to figure out the situation. It's been a week since Naruto has gone missing, and he is getting frustrated because the Umbu have not found any clues as to where he may be. As he combed through the reports, a figure wearing a dog mask landed in front of him. Lord Hokage Dog said, "Dog, report. Have you found a weapon?" Hiruzen said, and Dog shook his head. "No, Lord Hokage, the Kyuubi hasn't been found," Dog said, and Hiruzen frowned out frustration. "It's been over a week, my lord. I think it's time to expand the search. Maybe he ran off west to Suna or south to Tea Country," he said. "It's possible he was taken to the southern forest by the Hyuga," Hiruzen said. "Expand the search. We must find him before the other nations find out and try to capture him," he said. "We are already taking the 7 tails from Taki. The sooner we get him back, the sooner they can have their weapon back as well," Hiruzen said. "I wonder when they're going to arrive. They're a day late," he said. Suddenly the door burst open and another Umbu ran in. Lord Hokage. "It's urgent," the Umbu said, gaining both Hiruzen and Dog's attention. "The envoy from Taki has been ambushed, and the package has been taken," he said, and Hiruzen stood up. "What?" Hiruzen roared. "How the hell did this happen?" he shouted. At the same time, Waterfall Country. Fu was eating her food while looking at the strange man and the boy that was traveling with him. They both wore masks on their faces, but the boy Naruto seemed to be very uncomfortable around her while Kakuzu seemed indifferent. So far, she has spent a day with them, and by far she liked it better than Taki. Hard to believe so much has happened in such a short amount of time. Asterisk flashback. Yesterday, Kakuzu and Naruto were walking down the road to Taki in silence until Naruto decided to speak. "So, Kakuzu-sensei, how long has it been since you've been to Taki?" he asked, and Kakuzu hummed in thought. 60 years, I believe," Kakuzu said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. "The last time I was there, I was just banished and stole the scroll that gave me my powers," he said. "If you stole it, why is it still in Taki?" Naruto asked in curiosity. "If I took it with me, then I would have had an even higher bounty on my head. So, I left it behind," Kakuzu said. "I was placed as an A-class missing ninja. If I stole the scroll, I would have been S-class. Ironically, though, they put me as a S-class 40 years later due to me being gone for so long," he said. "But their information and picture of me is outdated, which is how I'm able to walk around so freely," he said, and Naruto nodded. "Wow, that's pretty cool," Naruto said. "So what kind of—" Naruto began, but Kakuzu held his hand up, stopping him. "Hide now," Kakuzu said as he and Naruto darted into the bushes. "Conceal your presence like I taught you," he said, and Naruto made a hand sign. Naruto suppressed his chakra, and both him and Kakuzu saw what was coming from up the road. A prison cart being pulled by a horse guarded by 4 Taki ninja. Inside the cell was a girl about 2 years older than Naruto. She had tan skin, mint green hair, and was wearing tattered and worn-out cloths. Naruto looked at her in pity when suddenly he felt something. "You feel it, brat," the Kyuubi said. "She's like you, boy. A container used as a weapon," it said. Since finding out about the Kyuubi, Naruto has been communicating with it. So far, they have a lukewarm relationship where they both tolerate each other. "I should help her," Naruto thought as he looked over to Kakuzu-sensei. "That girl is like me. She has a demon inside her. We should help her," Naruto whispered. "No," Kakuzu said. We are not going to waste our time saving some girl, regardless of her circumstances, he said, and Naruto growled. 55%, Naruto said, making Kakuzu look at him. I'll give you 55% of my pay for 4.5 years if you save her, he said. Adding half a year and a 20% increase to what you're paying Kakuzu, said, raising an eyebrow. I'm not going to pass on that deal, Kakuzu said, standing up and walking out into the road. Give me 5 minutes, Kakuzu said, and Naruto smiled behind his mask. Holy crap, it worked, Naruto thought. Never haggled before, but it looks like I did a good job, he thought as he began to sneak to another part of the woods. The Taki Jounin was walking point when an earth pillar shot out of the ground and nearly hit him. Ambush, he shouted to his 3 Chunin squad mates. Defend the package, he shouted. 2 Chunin ran forward to assist him, and 1 stayed next to the cart in order to guard the cell. Fu looked on and saw 3 of her guards fight the man who just appeared out of nowhere. Kakuzu was allowing the Taki ninjas to attack as he wanted to lure them in. The Jonin threw a volley of kunai at Kakuzu and began to go through hand signs water style. Water bullets. The Jounin shot multiple water bullets from his mouth at Kakuzu. Kakuzu easily dodged the kunai and went through hand signs earth style. Mud wall. Kakuzu created an earth wall to block the incoming water bullets. When the water bullets hit, the Jounin jumped on top OG the wall, while his 2 Chunin flanked around the other side. When they reached it, they saw nothing. Where the hell did he go? One of the Chunin asked. The next moment, he had a hand protruding through his chest. Kakuzu appeared from behind him and pulled his hand out. Kuka used another earth jutsu to hide and move underground behind the Chunin. 1 down. 2 to go, Kakuzu said, and both the Jounin and the Chunin charged in an attempt to avenge their fallen comrade. With Naruto was sneaking around to the wagon to free the girl that was inside the cell. Naruto, still hiding his presence, snuck up behind the lone Taki ninja, who was too distracted by the fight happening up ahead. Naruto took out a kunai that Kakuzu gave him and began slowly approaching the ninja to take him out. Naruto drew closer and raised up the kunai. Naruto brought down the kunai into the Chunin's back as he released his breath. Naruto, however, was blindsided when the ninja turned around and elbowed him in the face. "Guy, you little fucker," the Taki ninja shouted. "Did you just fucking stab me?" he said as he started wobbling onto the side of the cart. "If I wasn't wearing my flak vest, I'd be dead right now," he thought as he looked at Naruto. "You're dead, kid," the man said. Before the man could move, Fu grabbed him through the bars and put him in a headlock. "Hey, kill him," Fu shouted to Naruto. Naruto, snapping out of his daze, got up, taking out another kunai, and ran up and stabbed the Taki ninja while he was being restrained by Fu. Naruto stabbed the man in the chest, making him cough up blood as he fell to the ground and began to convulse. After a few minutes, he stopped moving and laid still. Naruto, looking at the man he just killed, bent over, lifted the bottom of his mask, and threw up. "Oh God, he's dead," Naruto thought as he kept throwing up. "I just killed someone," he thought. "Hey," Fu shouted, gaining Naruto's attention. "Grab the keys off him and let me out. They put a seal me chakra, so I can't do much," Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto went over to the dead man while still feeling nauseous and rummaged through his pockets. Naruto took off his kunai pouch, his wallet, and a key ring with well over 24 keys on it. Do you know which 1 inch, Naruto?" asked Fu, holding up the keys. With Kakuzu. The Taki Chunin was running towards Kakuzu, kunai in hand, ready to take out the rogue ninja. Kakuzu, seeing this, put his arm up. Kakuzu sent his arm towards the Chunin, using his threads to control the limb and grab him by the neck. Kakuzu proceeded to use Earth Chakra to strengthen his arm and crush the throat of the Chunin. Kakuzu tossed the man to the side and looked at the Jounin. And then there was one, Kakuzu said, and the Jounin scowled. I know who you are now, the Jounin said. You're Kakuzu, rogue ninja of Taki. Although I'm curious how you are still alive and moving so well considering you were supposed to be in your 90s, he said, and Kakuzu chuckled. Sadly, you will never know, Ku said as he got ready to do battle until he heard a shout. Mr. Close Your Eyes, a feminine voice shouted. Kakuzu and the Jounin both looked over and saw the green-haired girl running towards them going through hand signs. Kakuzu, listening to the girl, closed his eyes just in time as a bright flash of light blinded everything in the area. Gah! My eyes, the Jounin shouted as he was too slow. He began to rub his eyes as Kakuzu ran up to him. Kakuzu, using Earth Chakra to strengthen his fist, once more punched the Jounin in the back. Kakuzu's fist came out of the man's chest as he coughed up blood. Kakuzu pulled his arm out of the man's chest, and he fell to the ground lifeless. Kakuzu turned and looked over to the mint-haired girl and spoke. Thank you, girl, Kakuzu said. You saved me 2 minutes, and my time is precious, he said. Naruto walked up and joined the two. What the other guy, Kakuzu said, and Naruto flinched. I killed him, Naruto said sadly. Fu had a look of sympathy as he killed him to free her, but Kakuzu had no such reservations. It's your first, and most certainly won't be your last, Kakuzu said coldly. This is the life of a shinobi. Kill and eventually be killed unless you harden your heart. So, get over it, he said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto didn't feel better and felt sick until he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked and saw the girl he saved, and she smiled at him. Thank you for saving me, she said sweetly. I'm Fu, how about you? She said, and Naruto perked up a little. I'm Naruto, Naruto said. You're welcome, and my friend wants to talk to your friend, he said as he grabbed her hand. Share mindscape. Naruto and Fu both stood in a white plain while two giant bees stood looking across at each other. Kurama, a giant seven-tailed beetle, said. Chome, the nine-tailed fox, said, It's been a while. Let's talk, it said. Flashback end. So what do you intend to do back in Taki? Fu asked, and Kakuzu spoke up. We're going back to steal a scroll containing the secret techniques of Taki, Kakuzu said plainly. But first we need to find a way in, as despite how powerful I cannot take on a whole village, and Naruto here is still in training, he said. I can help you sneak in, Fu said, making both Kakuzu and Naruto look at her in surprise. I use a sneak out of the village all the time to go and find food. I know a secret tunnel we can take, she said. Kakuzu looked at her, and then Naruto. Keep the payment you offer me, boy, Kakuzu said, making Naruto look at him in surprise. Looks like your thinking has given us a golden ticket into the village, he said, and Fu held her hand up. I'll help you two sneak in, but on 2 conditions, Fu said. Were they? Naruto asked. After we do so, I want to come with you too, Fu said, making them both look at her. I hated my life in Taki. Everyone was mean to me. They threw rocks at me. destroyed my house, and even kept their children from me, she said. Fu then looked at Naruto with sad eyes. I know it's not as bad as what they did to you, Naruto, but it's still not nice, Fu said, and Naruto nodded sadly. I understand, Naruto said. That's kind of why I wanted to save you from whatever they were planning on doing to you. No one should suffer like we do, he said, and Fu smiled softly. What's the second condition? Kakuzu said, and Fu spoke. Before we leave Taki, there's somewhere I want to go. Just for a minute, Fu said, making Kakuzu confused, and all I'll need is 2 pieces of paper and a pencil, she said, and Kakuzu nodded. As long as you get us inside the village, Kakuzu said as he extended his hand. You have a deal, girl, he said. Fu shook his hand and nodded as the deal was made. Now get some sleep, we will arrive there tomorrow, Kakuzu said as he leaned up against a tree. Naruto handed Fu his blanket. Here, so you don't get cold, he said, and Fu shook her head. I can't take it, she said. We can share it, okay, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto and Fu both went to another tree and leaned up against it. Naruto draped the blanket over him and Fu, and they both closed their eyes. Kakuzu looked over at the 2 sleeping children and had a thought. 2 containers now. Both young and have so much potential, he thought. If I train them properly, we could be a nearly unstoppable mercenary group, Kakuzu thought. I guess I could start after we're done here, Taki thought. Kakuzu closed his eyes and began to sleep. The mercenary and the now 2 mercenaries in training all slept in order to prepare for their heist tomorrow. Stitched Kitsune. Chapter 4. Takigakure outskirts at night. Naruto, Kakuzu, and Fu were all standing in front of a humongous waterfall, which was the entrance of the village. Wow, that's one huge waterfall, Naruto said. Is this where we enter? He asked Fu, who shook her head. No, I'm just retracing my steps, Fu said, as she motioned Naruto and Kakuzu to follow her. But yeah, that's the biggest waterfall on the continent. It's also Taki's greatest deterrent. The water flows so fast and so hard that no water jutsu could stop it, Fu said, giving Naruto a little history lesson. It came in handy during the water wars against Kiri, Fu said, gaining both of their attentions. Kiri got jealous of Taki and its claim to water jutsu. So, they tried to kill us off, he said. We were able to hold them off since they had no way to penetrate our defenses, Kakuzu finished. Why you fought in a war, Kakuzu-sensei? You're a badass, Naruto said. Naruto was then slapped on the back of the head by Fu. Language, Fu said sternly, and Kakuzu chuckled at Naruto's expense. After walking for about an hour, Fu led Naruto and Kakuzu to where they were going to enter the village. Here we are, Fu said as she cleared vegetation and revealed a hatch. You used the old sewer system, Kakuzu asked. I thought they sealed all tunnels after the flood over 70 years ago. He said, confused, making Fu go wide-eyed. Wait, this was a sewer, Fu said, but it's so nice and the water is so... Oh my God, I drank the water from here, Fu said as she began to feel nauseous and dry heave. You drank toilet water, Naruto said, grossed out. Let's just go in already, Kakuzu said. Fu composed herself. Follow me, Fu said as she crawled through the tunnel followed by Naruto and Kaku. All 3 crawled through the sewer for about an hour until they reached the other side. Okay, up through here, Fu said, pointing to an opening above them. Fu crawled up first, followed by Naruto and Kakuzu. After exiting the tunnel, Kakuzu looked at Fu and Naruto and spoke. Okay, here's the plan, Kakuzu said. I will go and steal the forbidden scroll. You two go and steal the hero's water, he said, and both Naruto and Fu nodded. Okay, Sensei, Naruto said. Yes, Mr. Kakuzu, Fu said. Be back here in 2 hours. If you screw up, get captured, or maybe die to bad, Kakuzu said as he snuck off into the village under the cover of darkness. Jerk, Fu said before looking at Naruto. Let's go, Naruto, she said, and Naruto nodded. Both children ran off in the opposite direction. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu found the building holding the forbidden scroll, which was also the building of the village council and the village shinobi leader. Now, then let's find that scroll, Kakuzu thought, as he the darkness to hide his movements. As Kakuzu approached the building, he saw two ninja, possibly Chunin, standing guard at the front entrance. Killing them might raise suspicion if they're not there, he thought. Kakuzu then had an idea. He snuck up and hid around the corner of the building. So, what are you going to do this weekend? One of the ninjas asked the other. Not sure. Maybe take my girl out for dinner, the other said. Not sure, what do you think might be good, he asked. Why not take her to a movie? Or how about bowling? He said, making his friend confused. Bowling, what's that? His friend asked. It's a new sport from the West, he explained. You get a heavy ball, and he began but stopped when something grabbed his throat by a disembodied hand. He turned his head and saw his friend being grabbed by the neck by a disembodied hand as well. You two are too distracted to be guards, Kakuzu said in a quiet voice. Complacency creates opportunity to the enemy, he said. Kakuzu proceeded to snap their necks, killing them both. As he did so, he used his threads to hold the bodies up, making it look like they were still alive. Kakuzu recalled his hands and reattached them to his forearms. Now, then let's see if my memories of this place is still correct, he thought as he entered the building. With Naruto and Fu. Naruto and Fu were now in a secluded part of the village as they walked along an old cobbled road. As they walked, Fu looked at Naruto and spoke. Naruto, Fu said, gaining his attention. Yeah, what's up? Naruto said, looking at her. I know you told me what your village did to you, Fu said, looking at him with sad eyes. But why did they do it? You said it was the QB, but there's more, isn't there? She said. Naruto flinched for a second. Naruto stuttered out before taking a deep breath. It's because of a girl, Naruto said, making Fu go wide-eyed. Her name was Inada. She was my friend, Naruto said. She comes from a super noble family and is like royalty. Anyway, somehow her clan found out about that and decided to get rid of me, he said as he stopped. Naruto lifted up his shirt and showed Fu the stitches she didn't see. They tied me to a tree and skinned and dismembered me. I passed out 3 times, once when they cut off my fingers, once when they cut off my boy parts, and once when they began cutting my face, Naruto said. Fu looked at his stitched chest and held her hand to her mouth. Fu may have been ignored, shunned, and hated, but she was never physically attacked except for the occasional rock thrown at her by some kids. Oh God, Naruto. I'm so sorry, Fu said, feeling awful. I didn't mean to bring up any bad memories, she began until Naruto lowered down his shirt. It's fine, Fu, Naruto said softly. Let's get going, he said as Fu began to lead the way once again. Both walked in awkward silence for a few more minutes until they found what they were looking for. There it is, Fu said as she and Naruto to the shoreline of a lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a large tree coming out of the water. It's inside that tree, Fu said, and Naruto looked at her with a smile under his mask. Great, so let's. Naruto began as he walked to the lake, but was grabbed by Fu. Don't go, dummy, Fu said, stopping Naruto. There are no guards here, but look, Fu said as she took out a piece of jerky from her pocket and threw it into the water. Upon contact with the water, the meat was attacked by a school of fish, making Naruto jump back. What the heck is that? Naruto asked. Man-eating piranhas, Fu said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. These are special fish made by Taki to defend out water sources since Taki only has so many available ninjas. They also can use chakra. If you walked into that water, you'd be dead by now, she said, making Naruto shudder. A gee, thanks, Fu, Naruto said bashfully. So how do we cross then if we can't swim it? He asked. Fu opened the back of her shirt and stretched. Suddenly, 4 wings popped out of her back and began to flutter. What the heck, you have wings? Naruto said, and Fu nodded. That's pretty cool, Naruto said in awe, and Fu blushed. Thanks, Naruto, Fu said, blushing from the praise. Okay, I'll grab onto you, and then we can go, she said, and Naruto nodded. Fu grabbed Naruto around the waist and began to flutter her wings. Fu lifted up and began to fly about 6 feet above the water. I have to stay low to avoid being seen. So, stay still and don't make a sound, Fu whispered, and Naruto nodded. Okay, Naruto whispered back. The tree was 100 yards away, and Fu was going as fast as she could while carrying Naruto. As she flew, Fu suddenly dipped down, and Naruto's foot slashed in the water. Crud, my flying, I still not that good, Fu thought. Fu, are you GMPH? Naruto began to scream, but caught himself as a piranha bit his foot. As the blood began to trickle out, it attracted more of the carnivorous fish. Fu, fly faster, Naruto said as the fish began jumping out of the water, trying to bite them. Naruto kicked the fish away as Fu continued to fly towards the tree. Hold on, almost there, Fu said as he pushed herself to go faster. As she continued, Naruto was bit on his foot once more by a piranha as he clenched his teeth in pain, trying not to scream. As they reached the shore, Fu dropped Naruto down and went to his foot, trying to pry the fish. Get off him, Fu said, struggling to open its jaws. Got it, Fu said, removing the fish, which spat out Naruto's pinky toe. Fu chucked the fish back in the water and looked at Naruto. Naruto leaned forward and grabbed his bitten off. Damn, it hurts even worse than the first time, Naruto said, holding his foot. Man, this, he began until something happened. Threads came out of his wound and grabbed his severed toe. The threads then brought the severed digit back to its place and began sewing itself back on. After a few seconds, Naruto's pain resided, and he and Fu looked at what happened with wide eyes. I had no idea that would happen, Naruto said, pointing at his foot. I guess if you have your parts, you can sew yourself together again, Fu said, not sure she just saw what she saw. Let's just go before I get nauseous again, she said. Naruto got up and began to limp behind Fu. I can't feel my foot, Naruto said, making Fu's sweat drop. Naruto and Fu walked into the tree and upon entering saw a small shrine. Fu walked up and opened the shrine, revealing a bottle containing the hero's water. Okay, I got the hero's water, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Good, let's get going, Naruto said, and they both exited as they got what they needed. Now I need to get back across the water, Naruto said. But how do we do that? Naruto said. Fu grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. By using that, Fu said, pointing at a flat bottom boat. That boat, if for whoever gets the water to come back across safely, she said, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, I was hoping to not fly over that death trap again, Naruto said as he walked over to the boat and began moving it to the water. I'll row. You take a break, Naruto said. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu made his way quietly through the hallways of the building in search for the room holding the forbidden scroll. As he turned a corner, he saw a ninja leaving an office. Maybe he knows where it's, as Kakuzu thought. In a burst of speed, Kakuzu grabbed the man from behind and covered his mouth. Don't resist, just listen, he said. I'm looking for the room holding the forbidden scroll. Tell me, and I won't kill you, he said, and the ninja shook his head no, very well. Don't blame me for this, he said. Threads came out of Kakuzu's chest as they penetrated the man's back. The man's screams were muffled by Kakuzu's hand. Kakuzu's threads dug into the man and found their target. Kakuzu's threads pulled out the man's beating heart and pulled it into his own body. The ninja struggled for a few more minutes until he went still. Kakuzu leaned him against a wall and left. Well, I got all my hearts now, Kakuzu thought as he continued down the hall. Kakuzu walked for 15 more minutes until he peered around a corner, saw a large steel door guarded by 4 jounin. This has to be it, he thought. Kakuzu thought about how to dispose of them and got an idea. Kakuzu detached his wind and water heart and fused them together. The wind and water heart built up their attacks and appeared around the corner, catching the jounin off guard. The wind and water heart fired both their attacks at the same time. The water heart fired raindrop-sized water bullets, while the wind heart sped them up to an incredible speed. The result was the 4 ninja being shredded to pieces before they could even raise the alarm. Kakuzu refused the 2 hearts back into himself and walked over to the steel door. The door had to open mechanically as it was made of a chakra-resistant metal. Kakuzu looked at the combination lock and took off the cover. He used a single thread on his finger to enter the small opening and began to turn the inner mechanisms. After a few minutes, the door unlocked, but Kakuzu decided to not let his guard down. Kakuzu ran threads through the cracks and checked around. He found 4 high explosive tags on the inside that would have leveled the building amateurs, he thought as he disabled the 4 tags. Kakuzu opened the door and saw hundreds of scrolls scattered around the room. Let's see here, Kakuzu thought as he looked around the room, using his threads to scour the scrolls. Finally, Kakuzu found the one he was looking for, found it, Kakuzu thought as he pocketed the scroll. Before he left, he saw a smaller safe in the corner. What is this, he thought as he went over and began to crack the safe. After a few minutes, he opened the safe and went wide-eyed. 3 dozen gold bullion, scrolls full of payroll and bonds for village economics. Looks like this came with an unexpected bonus, he thought as he sealed up the gold and bonds into a scroll and took the scrolls of payroll. How fortunate, he thought as he exited the safe to head to the rallying point. With Naruto and Fu. Naruto and Fu headed into the woods with Naruto following Fu. Hey, what are we looking for? Naruto asked, and Fu pointed up ahead. Fu said as she pointed to 2 gravestones, my mom and dad. She said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. They died when I was really young, so I don't remember them. But from what I was told, they loved me with all their hearts, Fu said as she took out a piece of paper and a pencil and placed it over the makeshift headstones. I can never come back. So, I think doing this will be a way for me to remember them, Fu said. Fu began to rub the pencil across the paper. After a few strokes, the name on the gravestone began to be traced into the paper. Naruto, seeing this, grabbed a second piece of paper and pencil and began to trace over the second grave. Fu, seeing this, looked at Naruto curiously. I never knew my parents either, Naruto said to Fu. I was always told my mother was some whore who abandoned me, and my father was a drunk who impregnated her, he said, making Fu frown. Frankly, you're lucky. At least you know who they loved you, Naruto said as he traced the name. I will never know. Not like it would help me now, Naruto said. I'm sorry, Naruto, Fu said as she continued tracing her paper, but don't dwell on the past. Look to the future, she said, and Naruto nodded. I will, Naruto said simply. Naruto, and Fu finished and stood up. Naruto showed her his tracing. Is this good enough? Naruto said as he handed the paper to Fu. Fu took it and looked at it and nodded with a smile. Yes. Thank you, Naruto, Fu said as she folded both pieces of paper and put them in a waterproof plastic bag. Let's go, best not leave Mr. Kakuzu waiting, he said, and Naruto nodded. Fu gave the graves one last bow, and both began to make their way to the rally point. At the rally point, Naruto and Fu arrived to see Kakuzu waiting. You made it with 5 minutes to spare, Kakuzu said. Did you get the hero's water? He asked. Naruto took out the container holding the water, and Kakuzu nodded in approval. Good, let's go, he said as he entered the tunnel, followed by Naruto and Fu last. A few hours later, Naruto, Kakuzu, and Fu were all sitting in an abandoned house miles away from Taki. Kakuzu was going through the spoils of their successful heist. Naruto and Fu were both sitting by the fireplace talking when Kakuzu got up and walked over. Brats, Kakuzu said, gaining their attentions. Looks like you two will be of much use to me. So for a good job, here is your cut, Kakuzu said as he threw down 3 stacks of Rio and a gold bullion for each of the 2 children. Holy crud, Fu said, picking up the small gold bar. She bit down on it and saw the dent. It's real. Is it ours? She asked, and Kakuzu nodded. Yes. The money can be used as you wish, but do not use the gold unless for emergencies, Kakuzu said. Huh. Why? Naruto asked, confused. Some countries like Iron Country, Snow Country, and Steam Country old use precious metal for their economies, Kakuzu said. Also, gold prices fluctuate, so it's good for the long run, Kakuzu said as he packed up his stuff and began to walk away. I will begin training you both tomorrow, so get some rest, Kakuzu said as he walked into a different room and closed the door. Naruto looked at his money and smiled. I think the first thing I'll buy with this money is a hot meal, Naruto said. I never had enough money to eat at a nice restaurant before. Maybe now I can, he said, and Fu giggled. That sounds nice, Fu said. Maybe I could go with you as your date, Fu said jokingly. Sure, sounds like fun, Naruto said, oblivious to what he just said. Fu blushed and began to twiddle her thumbs. Fu then looked at Naruto and spoke. Hey, Naruto, Fu said, gaining his attention. Yeah, what's up? Naruto said. Do you think I could see your face? Fu asked. Fu saw how Naruto flinched and began to backtrack. Sorry, you don't have to if she began. No, it's okay, Naruto said nervously. Naruto slowly raised his hand up to his face and grabbed his face mask. Naruto pulled down his mask and looked at Fu. Fu looked at Naruto's face. She looked at the stitches going along his 6 whisker birthmarks, the stitches going around his mouth, and the stitches going from the corners of his mouth to halfway across his cheeks. Fu then smiled softly and looked Naruto in the eyes. I don't know why you hide your face, Fu said, surprising Naruto. I mean, you kinda cute, she said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. You're not grossed or freaked out over it, Naruto asked meekly. I thought I'd look like a monster to people. He said. Fu then leaned in and gave Naruto a kiss on his stitched cheek. No, I'm not, Fu said. Besides, I can tell you're not a monster. It's normal people who are monsters, she said, and Naruto nodded. People like you, me, and Mr. Kakuzu are hated because we are special, Fu said. If we are all together, we are normal, Fu said, and Naruto nodded with a smile. Thanks, Fu, Naruto said. Let's go to bed, he said as he began to pull his mask up, but Fu grabbed his hand. You don't need the mask around me, Naruto, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto removed the mask and put it in his pocket. Let go to bed, she said, and Naruto smiled. Okay, Naruto said. Naruto and Fu walked over to the old futon they found and lay down. Naruto covered both himself and Fu with a blanket. Fu crawled over and wrapped her arms around Naruto and closed her eyes. Naruto wrapped his arms around Fu and closed his eyes as well. Both children fell asleep to rest up for the next step of their journey. Stitched Kitsune. Chapter 5. Land of Rivers. 1 month after the Taki heist. Naruto and Fu were both sparring in a forest not far from their campsite. Kakuzu went off for a little while, and both children decided to spar to kill the time. Naruto charged at Fu, cocking back his fist to throw a punch. Naruto threw his punch, but Fu blocked it. Fu proceeded to grab a hold onto Naruto's arm and flipped him over her shoulder. Naruto landed on his back, but quickly recovered and threw a kick at Fu, hitting her in the stomach. Fu was sent stumbling back, and Naruto got back up. Naruto proceeded to grab onto one of the threads on his wrist and pulled it out, still attached to his body. Naruto then swung the thread like a whip towards Fu's feet. The thread wrapped around her feet, and Naruto pulled his thread, taking Fu off her feet. Fu fell onto her back and saw her feet bound by Naruto's thread. Got you now, Naruto said, rushing over to Fu. Fu smirked as she shrunk down, escaping her bondage. Naruto stopped and looked around, trying to find her. Where'd you go? Naruto said, trying to find his friend. Just then, Fu appeared in front of him, shrunken down to the size of crayon. Right here, Fu said with a smile as she cocked back her fist. Fu transformed back into her full size and proceeded to punch Naruto in the face, sending him to the ground. Naruto gripped his face as his eyes began to tear up. Fu proceeded to get on top of Naruto and hold him down. I win, Fu said with a smile. Naruto groaned and nodded. Fine, you win, Naruto said, and Fu chuckled. Fu got off Naruto and helped him to his feet. Just you wait, I'll beat you next time, Naruto proclaimed, and Fu smiled. Well, you have a way to go, Fu said with a smirk. After all, we sparred every day for the past month. And what is our ratio? 24 wins for me and 6 you, she said, to which Naruto got a tick mark. That doesn't mean anything, Naruto said, pointing at her. I will become stronger. Just you see, Naruto said. Naruto proceeded to do a backflip and at the same time sent his threads from his ankles upwards until they wrapped around a tree limb. Naruto pulled himself up, hanging about 6 feet off the ground upside down from the threads coming from his feet. My control over my threads is getting better, and when I master them, I'll be able to kick you, but super duper easy, Naruto said, lightly swing from his threads. Naruto, be careful, Fu said. You don't know if that tree can hold you, she began. The tree branch holding Naruto snapped, and Naruto fell to the ground with a thud. Wait, Fu said with a sweat drop. Naruto stood up, rubbing the back of his neck bashfully. I'm okay, Naruto said with a smile behind his mask. Fu giggled at Naruto's antic. Fu and Naruto have been growing closer over the past month they've been together. She enjoyed his company, and frankly, he was a breath of fresh air from the usual hostility she received from the population in Taki. Both Naruto and Fu were brought out of their thoughts by Kakuzu walking up to them. You were sparring again, Kakuzu said, and both children nodded. Good. Now enough socializing. Time for work, Kakuzu said, and both children looked towards him in surprise. You've both been with me for a month now. A month worth of food, training, and time, Kakuzu said. Now it's time to see if you were worth the effort or a waste of my time, he said. What do we got, Kakuzu-sensei? Naruto said in anticipation. Kakuzu produced a scroll and spoke. We're going to be taking out a Kusa ninja camp. We'll have to go north through Aim and cross the border in Akusa territory, Kakuzu said, making both Naruto and Fugo wide-eyed. Kusa and Aim are currently at war with each other over some land bordering their countries, he said. The person who hired us for the job wants us to work under the table, he said, and Fu raised her hand. But why use us when they have their own ninja? Fu said, and Kakuzu chuckled. Because why sacrifice your own ninja when you could hire some mercenaries? Kakuzu said. We offer them plausible deniability, and if we mess up and die, well, it's no skin of their noses, he said. Naruto and Fu both looked at each other nervously for a second. Both then steeled themselves as this was the life they chose. Naruto was almost murdered by his village, and Fu was an outcast with no real home. They had nothing to lose. Let's do it, Naruto said with excitement, and Kakuzu nodded. Pack up camp. We leave in 2 hours, Kakuzu said. It'll take us 2 days to get there and 1 day to prepare. Let's not waste out time, he said. Both Naruto and Fu ran to the camp and began to tear it down in order to leave for their mission. Now, I can see what the brats are made of, Kakuzu thought as he walked over to collect everything they would need. 3 days later, in Kusa country, Naruto, Kakuzu, and Fu were all hiding in a tree line looking at the camp down below. There were dozens of tents and campfires lighting it up as the sun began to set. Kakuzu saw Kusa ninja entering the camp limping and clutching their wounds. They were then escorted by Kusa ninja into the camp and taken to a large tent in the center of the camp. I see, Kakuzu thought. This is a medical camp for all the injured ninja coming back from the battles raging along the border, he thought. No wonder they wanted us to take out this particular camp, Kakuzu thought. We kill their wounded when they're defenseless, along with the medical staff treating them in order to increase the death rates in the future, he thought. Kakuzu turned to Naruto and Fu and spoke. Naruto, set up your wire traps along the trees. When you are done, come to me, and we will work on our pit traps, he said in a whisper. Naruto nodded and spoke. Okay, sensei, Naruto said before turning to Fu. Let's go and get set up, Naruto said, and Fu nodded. Both children went off into the woods. With Naruto and Fu, 1 hour later. Okay, Fu, last one, Naruto said, and Fu nodded. Naruto produced a thread as thin as a hair from his arm. Naruto's threads were different from Kakuzu's in more ways than just color. Naruto's threads were thinner than his, and were sharper the thinner he made them. The thread Naruto was producing could cut through an apple with relative ease. Only now, instead of fruit, he was using it on humans. Here you go, Naruto said to Fu. Okay, give me a sec, Fu said as she grabbed the thread and brought out her wings. Fu pulled the thread while flying around, wrapping it around the trees in a maze at fluctuating heights. Some were at ankle height, while some were higher up in the trees, in case some ninja hops through the branches to escape. Fu finished her last fly through and landed next to Naruto. Done, Fu said, and Naruto nodded as he severed the thread and secured it to the tree he was standing next to. Let's go and find Kakuzu sensei, Naruto said as he and Fu ran off. They didn't have to look very far as they found Kakuzu going through hand signs. Earth style, pitfall, Kakuzu said as he slammed his hands on the ground. In front of him, a 10-foot deep and 20-foot wide hole was created. Kakuzu, seeing Naruto and Fu approach him, spoke. Are the tree traps set? He asked, and Naruto nodded. Yes, sensei, Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded in acknowledgement. Good, now use your wire for the pit traps. I set them around the forest at 10-meter intervals, Kakuzu said as he walked off. Naruto looked over to Fu. Oh boy, this is going to take a while, Naruto said as he made more of his thread. He then kneeled down and sent it into the ground until it entered the hole. The threads began to make a spider web type pattern to cover every square inch of the hole. Naruto finished after a few minutes. One down, about 1,000,000 more to go, and Naruto whined, and Fu giggled. Naruto and Fu began to walk around the forest to set up the other traps. Midnight. Kakuzu was standing on the ground while Naruto and Fu hid in the trees. I'll lead the attack. You two take out the stragglers, Kakuzu said, and both children nodded. Kakuzu began to walk towards the camp as he began to remove his shirt, and both his wind heart and fire heart formed into their thread bodies and combined together. Let's get to work, Kakuzu said. Both the wind and fire heart took in a deep breath as they approached the camp entrance. As they did, 4 Kusa ninja guarding the camp called out. Hey, stop, a Kusa Jonin said. This is your only warning. Put your hands up, or he didn't get to finish his sentence. The fire and wind hearts both launched a powered-up stream of fire towards the guards, setting all 4 alight as they danced around screaming as the fire engulfed them. Kakuzu saw the flames hit several tents, and people began to funnel out, trying to escape the flames. Enemy attack. Is it aim? Protect the medics and doctors, save the wounded, they all shouted. A Kusa ninja ran towards Kakuzu, sword drawn, ready to kill him. You bastard, he shouted. Kakuzu used his earth style to harden his hand and sent it towards the ninja, using his threads to guide it. The fist smashed into the ninja's face, splattering his brains all over the ground. Kakuzu proceeded to recall his hand and flick the brain matter off his hands as he casually walked into the camp. More and more ninja came out of the tent, some with wounds, in order to fight him. Kakuzu began to harden his body and prepare for his fight. Come to me, he thought. In the forest. Stay with me, Karen, a red-haired woman said to her daughter as she pulled her along. Mom, I'm scared, Karen said as tears rolled down her face from behind her black framed glasses. I know, honey, but stay with me, she said. She never wanted this or for her daughter to be here. She was forced to come here by Kusa to provide her healing services to the wounded. The bandages where they bit here were still bleeding through. She was on the verge of passing out when the camp came under attack. Now she was being escorted by 3 Kusa as they did not want to lose her, or more accurately, her healing ability. Shut that fucking brat up, one of the Kusa ninjas leading the group said, scaring both Karen and her mom. If it weren't for you and your healing ability, you 2 outsiders would have been left back in the camp, he snarled. Now shut the fuck up, and he began until he fell. The Kusa ninja fell into a pit about 10 feet deep. When he was halfway down, he hit a spider web-looking thing hanging from the walls. When he passed through the other side, he fell into literal pieces as the threads cut through him like a hot knife through butter. He landed at the bottom of the pit in a literal puddle of meat and blood. Karen screamed at this and was silenced by one of the Kusa ninjas slapping her across her face. "Shut the fuck up, you little shit," he shouted. Karen crawled over to her mother, who was on the ground, and held her. "If you don't," he began until he choked. The man was then lifted about 10 feet off of the ground by a thread around his neck. The thread cut into his neck, severing the arteries and the windpipe, using his body weight to do so. "Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh fuck," the last Kusa ninja said as he looked over to Karen and her mother, who were both huddled at a tree, holding on to each other. "Fuck you both," he shouted as he began to run back the way he came. "He left us. He left us," Karen said in a panic. Karen watched as the man ran away. The Kusa ninja ran back. "I gotta get out of here," he said to himself. As he did, he noticed something fly in front of him for a split second. The Kusa man fell backwards as he was clotheslined across the neck by the same thread that killed his 2 comrades. The velocity was enough to where it cut his throat open, and he tried to stem the bleeding. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mint green-haired girl appeared and looked down on him. "Coward," she said coldly as she kneeled down next to him. She reached into his kunai holster and took out a kunai and held it at a downward angle. She proceeded to stab the mortally wounded man in the eye socket, twisting the knife to scramble his brain. She then let go of the knife and stood up, looking over to the woman and Karen. "Don't worry, honey," the woman said to Karen, who was crying uncontrollably. "It will all be okay," she said, her voice beginning to crack as a green-haired girl began to walk over to them. As that happened, another figure came down from the trees, using a thread to control his descent. The figure let go and landed in front of Karen and her mother as the girl stood next to him. Both Karen and her mother began to hyperventilate as they approached, and both closed their eyes to not see what was coming. "Are you two okays?" came the voice of a boy. Both Karen and her mother opened their eyes and saw the bright blue eyes of the figure who talked. "They didn't hurt you too much, did they?" he asked, and both Karen and her mother were speechless. "I don't see a Kusa headband on either of you. Are you not with them?" the girls asked, her face neutral. "And no," the woman said, "I was forced to work for them as a healer," she said. "And my daughter has nothing to do with them," she said. Please don't hurt us," she said. "We won't, I promise," the boy said as he looked over to the 3 ninja he killed. "Frankly, those guys were a bund of as," Naruto began until he heard Fu clear her throat. "Not good guys," he said, trying not to curse. He then turned to Karen and took out a handkerchief he had in his pocket. He leaned forward and wiped her bloody lip from where the man hit her, and then wiped her tears away. Naruto reached up and pulled down his mask, shocking both Karen and her mother by his appearance. Karen looked at the stitch along his face and mouth and wondered what happened to him. "My name is Naruto. What's yours?" Naruto said with his nicest smile. Karen blushed at this. She was scared of the boy a second ago, but now for some reason she felt a sense of safety emanating from the boy. I am Karen, Karen said in a whisper. Naruto nodded and turned to her mother. My name is Mia Uzumaki. Mia said to Naruto, who went wide-eyed. Wait, Uzumaki. That's my last name, Naruto said, making both Karen and Mia look at him surprised. How about that we have the same last name, he said. Are you part of the Uzumaki clan? Mia asked, and Naruto scrunched up his face in confusion. Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked, cocking his head to the side. Not sure about all of that, but he began until Fu interrupted. Naruto, we have a mission, Fu said, reminding her blonde friend. Yeah, okay. Just give me a sec, okay, Fu. Naruto said, pulling his mask back up and standing up. You two stay here and hide. When the battle is done, we will come back for you, Naruto said, and Mia spoke up. Why do we have to stay here, Mia asked. Because we have traps all over the forest, and if you walk around, you might walk into one, Naruto said, making both Karen and Mia flinch. Okay, be back in a little while. Don't go wandering off, he said as he began to run off with Fu. Mom, Karen said to her mother, who looked down at her. Yes, sweetie, Mia asked. He has very pretty eyes, Karen said. With Naruto and Fu. Naruto and Fu were hopping in the trees, looking for more escaping ninjas. They have your last name. It can't be a coincidence, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Maybe you're from like a rare clan or something. Like there isn't much of you left, she said. I don't know, Fu, Naruto said, but I saw the way they treated those two. I can tell they aren't bad, Naruto said as he ran ahead. At the very least, we could take them away from here, Naruto said. Come on, let's focus on the job, he said, and Fu nodded. With Kakuzu. Get the patients out of the beds, a nurse shouted as she tried to help a double-leg amputee. We have to get them out, she yelled. All around her, doctors, nurses, and able-bodied patients were trying to evacuate those who were too wounded to help themselves. As she did so, the tent flaps were opened, and she saw a horrific sight. A beast made of threads and seemed to have two heads walked in. Kill it, one ninja shouted as he threw several shuriken at it to no effect. One of the masks it was wearing opened its mouth and began to shoot out water, covering everyone in the liquid. What the hell, a ninja shouted. The other mouth opened, and everyone saw lightning began to crackle. The mouth fired a steady stream of lightning at the soaking wet crowd of people. The effects were immediate as the lightning mixed with the water began to electrocute everyone. They all screamed and convulsed as the current ran through their systems. When they all stopped screaming, they fell to the ground, smoking as the lightning burnt them to a crisp. Kakuzu recalled his heart and his body and looked inside the tent. He saw about 80 men and women dead, all with faces of pain and horror. Kakuzu did not even flinch at the sight as he walked out. Kakuzu walked out and saw his other hearts rampaging around the camp, killing all those who stood in his way. Kakuzu continued to walk until he felt his foot get grabbed. Kakuzu looked down and saw a young ninja, no more than 14 or 15, holding on his foot. He was missing both of his legs and had cuts from all over his body, probably a survivor of his wind heart. W.I. He groaned out, Why did you do all of this? He asked. Kakuzu pulled his foot away and raised it up while hardening it. Money, Kakuzu said simply. Kakuzu brought his foot down, smashing the ninja's head, killing him. Kakuzu saw two more Kusen ninja run towards him, a male and a female, more of them. They're like cockroaches, Kakuzu thought as he ran towards them. Both ninjas took out a kunai as they tried to avenge their comrades. The woman jumped and came down with her kunai aimed at Kakuzu's head. Kakuzu caught the woman when she got close, holding her hand with the kunai and holding her up by the neck. With a twist of his wrist, he broke the woman's neck, killing her instantly. Momo, the other ninja, shouted as he went through hand signs. "You bastard," he shouted as he took in a deep breath. Wind style, Greek breakthrough. The ninja shot a powerful gust of wind at Kakuzu, who stood there passively. Kakuzu threw the body of the woman to the side and dodged the wind jutsu, and he rushed towards the man. The Kusa ninja put up his arms to defend himself as Kakuzu threw a punch at him. Kakuzu's hardened punch hit the man's arm, breaking it as it limply hung to his side. Kakuzu pressed on with the attack and kneed the ninja in the gut, making him spit up blood. Kakuzu grabbed him into a headlock and with a swift motion pulled up, breaking his neck. Kakuzu let his body fall to the ground and began walking around again. He stopped when he noticed his earth, wind, and fire heart approaching him. "Looks like any survivors are dead," Kakuzu thought as he fused his hearts back into his body. Kakuzu began to backtrack in order to find Naruto and Fu. "Let's see how the brats did," he thought. With Naruto and Fu. No pluh. A Kusa ninja begged as Naruto slit his throat with one of his own kunais, and he began to gargle his own blood. Naruto stepped back as he looked at the 5 or so Kusa ninja who were trapped in his thread maze. They all ran inside the maze in a panic and got tangled up. Naruto looked at the dead ninja with a sad expression. He did not want to kill them, but he remembered Kakuzu's words, "The mission comes first always." Naruto sighed as he began to rummage through the pockets of the dead. Naruto pulled out a wallet and opened it and saw a few hundred ryo. Naruto pocketed the money and looked inside the wallet. There was a picture of the man's family showing his wife and 2 kids. "Sucks to be all," Naruto thought as he threw the wallet on the ground. Naruto heard Fu land next to him, and he looked over. "Find anything good?" Naruto asked, and Fu nodded as she held up her pouch. "A few hundred ryo, wedding rings, and some knickknacks," Fu said, and Naruto nodded. "They won't need them where they're going," Fu said, putting the sack on her belt. "Ready to head back to Karen and Mia?" Fu asked, and Naruto nodded. "Yeah," Naruto said as they both ran off. Naruto and Fu ran for about 5 minutes until they found Karen and Mia right where they left them. "Hey you," Naruto said in a cheerful tone. As he walked up, both he and Fu looked off in the distance and saw Kakuzu approaching. "Naruto, Fu, are you done?" Kakuzu said, and both children nodded. Kakuzu was about to speak again until he noticed the 2 cowering red heads. "Who are those 2? Kakuzu asked. Karen and Mia flinched at his voice. Karen could feel the evil and greed rolling off this man in waves. Naruto stood in front of the 2 of them and spoke. "This is Karen and Mia," Naruto said. "They were forced to work for Kusa. They also have my last name," Naruto said, to which Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki thought as he looked at them. "Red hair, pale skin, seems about right. Probably stragglers from the fall of Yuzu 30 years ago," he thought. "It doesn't matter, let's go," Kakuzu said as he began to walk away. He noticed both Naruto and Fu not following. "I said let's go," Kakuzu said more forcefully. "We can't just leave them," Naruto said. "Kusa was using Mia for her abilities. If we don't, Naruto began until Kakuzu turned around. I don't care, Kakuzu said coldly. We have to collect the payment for the job. They're dead weight, he said. Naruto was about to speak again until Mie spoke up. Wait, wait, Mie said. If it's money you want, I can pay you, Mie said, gaining Kakuzu's interest. Be back where we live about 20 miles north in a small house. We have things, Mie said, a gold bracelet, a platinum locket, and my diamond wedding ring. Genuine Uzumaki artifacts, she said. I'll give you all three if you take us with you, Mie said. Kakuzu looked at the desperate woman and nodded. Very well, Kakuzu said, turning around. But if you slow us down, you and your daughter will be left behind, Kakuzu said as he turned around. Mie gulped as she helped her Karen to her feet. She then looked over to Naruto, who spoke. Welcome to the group, Naruto said as he started walking after Kakuzu. Kakuzu is a greedy, selfish, and evil man, Fu said to Mie. Fu then began to walk after Naruto and Kakuzu. And Mie said, expecting more. That's it, Fu said as she followed. Mie began to doubt herself as she held on to Karen. Let's go, honey, Mie said as she began to lead Karen by the hand. I hope I made the right choice, she said as she followed the three mercenaries. The next day, Aim Country. Mie and Karen were huddling by the fire in a cave, trying to stay warm despite the downpour outside the cave. Fu was also there tending to the fire and cooking some meat she bought. As she was doing so, she heard a noise from the entrance of the cave. Naruto and Kakuzu walked in, Kakuzu holding a briefcase full of money. Payment complete, Kakuzu said as he reached into his pocket and threw a stack of money at Fu. Here's your cut, he said. Fu caught it and put it in her pocket. Kakuzu looked at Naruto and spoke. That was a stupid buy, Kakuzu said, and Naruto snorted in response. I find it hard to like you sometimes, Naruto said, and Kakuzu chuckled. That's the attitude, Kakuzu said. Never trust anyone but yourself, Kakuzu said as he walked to his corner of the cave and began to ignore everyone. Naruto walked up to Mie and Karen. Hey, I got something for you, Naruto said as he pulled out a small box and handed it to Mie. Mie opened it and saw her wedding ring, locket, and several pictures of her and her husband from inside her old home. What? How do you have these? Mie asked. These are payment to him, Mie said, pointing to Kakuzu. Naruto smiled behind his mask. I gave him my pay for the job in exchange for those two things. And I broke into your house and took stuff that looked sentimental, Naruto said, making Mie and Karen go wide-eyed. I might have to cut back on eating for a while, but it was worth it, he said, kneeling down next to her. Mie wrapped Naruto into a hug and held him close. Thank you so much, she said, crying a little. You have no idea what this kindness means to me and Karen, she said. Naruto, not sure what to do, patted her on the back, and she broke the hug. Karen came up next and hugged Naruto. You are a good person, Naruto. Thank you, Karen said. She then pulled down his mask and kissed his cheek. Naruto blushed as he sat by the fire next to the two redheads. He did miss, however, the annoyed look on Fu's face. Red-haired hussy, Fu thought. Kakuzu walked up and looked at all four of his traveling companions. Since you two are staying, I expect you two to work, Kakuzu said to Mie and Karen. They both nodded good. Your training starts tomorrow, Kakuzu said to Karen, who nodded fearfully. Now get some rest, we leave tomorrow, Kakuzu said, and Naruto spoke up. Where to now? Naruto asked. and Kakuzu spoke without stopping. Suna, there are probably some bounties there, Kakuzu said. We'll head to a town called Kurita Ki tomorrow. Fu, Karen, and Mia will not enter, just me and Naruto, Kakuzu said. It's not a town for women, Kakuzu said, which made all three girls shiver in fear. Naruto, hearing this, groaned. Great wonder what's going to happen this time, Naruto thought as he picked up a stick of meat and chomped down on it. Okay, another chapter done. I hope stitched kit soon. Chapter 6. Suna Desert, with Naruto, Kakuzu, and the others. Naruto, Fu, Karen, and Mia were all following Kakuzu through the Suna Desert to their destination, the town called Kurita Ki. So Kakuzu-sensei, Naruto spoke up as he wiped some sweat from his face. What is this town like? Naruto said, and Kakuzu chuckled. It's a criminal's wet dream and a civilian's worst nightmare, Kaku said, making Naruto and the others nervous. It's a disease-ridden, crime-infested hellhole. I don't expect all of you to come back alive, Kakuzu said. Outskirts of Kurita Ki. Hello, welcome to Kurita Ki, said a young woman at the village gates. Please take this map and explore our fine city, she said. Kakuzu looked on confused while the others looked on in awe. The village was full of bright neon signs, hundreds of tourists, and looked relatively nice. Must have changed ownership last I was here, thought. What happened here? When I came here 10 years ago, this place was hell on earth, he said, and the woman giggled. Yes, it was very nasty, the woman said, but when a new business tycoon named Gato came in, he tore it down and rebuilt it. Now it's a gambling town with over 100 casinos, hotels, and bars, she said. She then looked to Naruto, Fu, and Karen, and thanks to our loving new founder Gato, we have an amusement park. Completely free for kids, she said, making all three of them light up. And for you, miss, I have a coupon where you can get in for only 3,000 Rio, about $20, she said, handing me a coupon. All right, amusement park, Naruto cheered. I never been to one. Can we go, Kakuzu-sensei? Naruto said, looking to Kakuzu, who looked uneasy. The world is changing, and I don't like it, Kakuzu thought. He turned to Naruto and spoke. Meet me at the town square in 7 hours, Kakuzu said as he walked on ahead. Let's go see this Gato they speak of, Kakuzu thought. Awesome. Free time. Naruto cheered as he grabbed both Fu and Karen's hand. Let's go, guys, Naruto said as he pulled both Fu and Karen along. Karen and Fu were both blushing from the contact. Mia giggled as she followed Naruto and the girls to the amusement park. Amusement park? Hour 1. Naruto and Mia were both sitting on a roller coaster as it was going up into the air. In Naruto, we are really high up, Mia said, nervous and holding his hand. I know, isn't it great? Naruto said, smiling under his mask. It's not that. It's, Mia said as they reached the top. Just then they both descended, Mia screaming, while Naruto laughed during the ride. Hour 2. Naruto and Fu were both sitting in a tunnel of love ride. There are a lot of heart around here, Naruto thought as the boat floated down the artificial river. We are now approaching the end of the tunnel of love. The couple should kiss in 5, 4, 3, the automatic announcer said. Kiss, Naruto said, confused. Naruto then had his head grabbed by Fu, who looked at him with a mischievous smile. Pucker up, Fu said as they entered the tunnel. When they exited the other side, Naruto was fumbling with his mask, and Fu was giggling. Good job, Naruto, Fu said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Yeah. Naruto stuttered while blushing and poking his fingers together. When the ride stopped, both Naruto and Fu got out and they saw a T.V with a picture of them kissing on it. Fu took out her ladybug wallet and handed the photo lady some money. One wallet, one keychain, and one 8x12, please, Fu said with a smile. The lady handed Fu the photos, and she blushed at the pictures. I'll treasure them forever, she thought. Hour 3. Naruto was sitting in between Mei and Karen while Fu sat on the far end on a bleacher as they looked and saw a live circus. Right now, a lady was riding a zebra while doing ballet on it. Well, look at her dance, Naruto said while looking on in awe. Karen, who was sitting next to Naruto, began to fidget while taking quick peeks at him. Okay, Karen, be a big girl, Karen thought to herself. Karen scooted over and pressed herself against Naruto. There, I did it, she thought in victory. Huh, is Karen cold? Naruto thought, looking at her. Well, she's wearing only a thin shirt, and it's kind of chilly in here, he thought. Naruto proceeded to wrap his arm around Karen, making her eat and blush. Don't worry, Karen. I'll warm you up, Naruto said while rubbing her arm. Karen smiled at this, and Mia looked on, thinking the whole thing was adorable. Karen then felt malice coming from, and Karen stuck her tongue out. Red-haired hussy, Fu thought. Mint green Grinch, Karen thought. This is a nice show, Naruto thought, looking at the animals, not realizing the tension between the two girls. Hour 5. Naruto, Karen, Fu, and Miao just got done eating lunch. Asterisk burp, asterisk man, that was some good ramen, Naruto said, rubbing his stomach. And we still have another hour to kill, Naruto said as he walked through the casino he was in. As he was walking, he saw a blackjack table, and he shrugged. Might as well try, Naruto thought as he walked over. Naruto, really gambling? Yes, said. Why not? I have some money, Naruto said as he sat down at the table. Sorry, kid, no minors, the dealer said. Naruto smirked under his mask. I'm an adult who suffers from dwarfism, Naruto said. The man was about to repeat himself, but he left something tap his foot. The man looked down and saw 6,000 Ryo being put into his pocket by a thread. He looked to Naruto, who winked at him. Sorry for that, sir. 3,000 Ryo a hand, 1,000 for blackjack, and 1,000 to double if you win, the dealer said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto put some money down, 10,000 in the pot. 1,000 in blackjack, and 1,000 in double your money. Ha, bad move, kid, came a feminine voice. Naruto looked over and saw a beautiful and busted blonde woman with a diamond tattoo on her forehead. You should have done that. The deck is nearly gone, she said as the dealer started dealing. You aren't going to win, she began. Blackjack. Pit boss, the dealer announced, making her eyes go wide. Hey, I won, Naruto said, pointing. Look, 777, and all are the same shape, too, Naruto said, pointing. The pit boss came up and looked at the winning hand. Wow, 7 of clubs suited. Very rare indeed, he said as he opened up the chips drawer. You win 20 times what you bet. So you win 20,000 Ryo, he said as he handed the chips to Naruto. Awesome, Naruto said as he grabbed all his chips. Now what do I do? He asked, and the blonde woman looked at him. You can hit or you can stand. You try to get as close to 21 as you can, the woman said. Okay, I'm hit, Naruto said, tapping his cards, and the woman chuckled. You got luck, but dash, she began. Holy crap, blackjack again, the dealer said, making the woman go wide-eyed as he threw down another 7. Congrats, kid. Your move, lady, the dealer said. The woman looked at her cards and winced as she had a 7 and a 3, making 10. Damn, I would double down if I had the money, she said to herself. Is that where you put down your money again for a card? Naruto asked. Yeah, but this is the last bit of my money, she said. Naruto then put down some of his chips on her spot. Go on ahead, Naruto said, shocking the woman. You heard the kid. Double down, she said. The dealer shrugged and threw down an ace. Blackjacks all around, the dealer said as he looked at his card. He had a king of hearts. He flipped his other card as shrugged, queen of spades. Winners the both of you, he said. Yay, I won, Naruto shouted as he reeled in all his money, 41,000 Rio in all. Okay, I gotta go, Naruto said, getting up. Bye, card guy, Naruto said. Before he could go, he was grabbed by the blonde woman who had a smile on her face. Have you ever played craps before? She said with Rio signs in her eyes. Hour 6.5. Naruto walked out of the casino wearing a nice leather jacket. Fu walked out wearing a silver necklace. Karen had a portable gaming system, and Mia had a nice handbag. Wow, that was fun. And now I have more money in my pocket, Naruto said as he turned around. Hey, thanks, boob lady, Naruto said until he got a fist on the top of his head. I said, my name is Tsunade, you little shit, Tsunade said with a tick mark. But it was fun. Thanks for the help, Tsunade said, tapping a briefcase full of money. This will pay off my debts in no time, Tsunade said with a smile. But I'm also in your debt too, kid. If you ever see me again, just know I owe you a big-ass favor, she said, and Naruto nodded. Sure thing, Tsunade, Naruto said, and my name is Naruto, but keep it on the DL, okay? I'm a mercenary, you know, he said, making his group sweat drop. Tsunade, however, just laughed. And I'm running away from half the Yakuza on the continent, Tsunade said as she began to walk off. Take care. I have to find my apprentice and her pet piggy, Tsunade said. Okay, you three, let's head to the town square, Naruto said as he walked off. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu was walking to the meeting point to see Naruto and the others. He was able to set up a meeting with Gato, and he needed to bring Naruto and Karen with him for this particular job. As he walked up, he saw them sitting at a cafe table, drinking an assortment of drinks. As he walked up, he began to speak. Okay, here's the deal. Wait, where the hell did you get that jacket, Kakuzu said, looking at Naruto. Oh, I won in a raffle in a hotel casino. It's made of special leather, so it reflects heat and keeps cool inside, and does the opposite on cold weather, Naruto said. I also want a 3-day stay at that hotel, so we have a room now, he said, making Kakuzu's sweat drop. I left you alone for 7 hours. How did you get so much done, Kakuzu said. He actually only gambled for 1.5 hours. We spent the majority of the day at the amusement park, Mia said. Okay, whatever. Fuck it, cuz Naruto, Karen, you two and me have a job, Kakuzu said, and both nodded. Mia, for you two go and wait at the hotel. We three will be back tomorrow morning, Kakuzu said, and Mia flinched. Mia looked over to Karen and went up to hug her. Stay next to Naruto, and if things go bad, run back to us, she said, and Karen nodded. Okay, I will, Karen said. She then got up and left with Kakuzu and Naruto. Fu saw this and grabbed her hand. Let's go to the hotel. We have cable and movies in the room, Fu said as she walked off with a worried me and Naruto. Karen, be safe, she prayed as she walked off with Mia. Hotel across town, penthouse entrance. Hello there, a bald, joyous man said. Anoho Haru. Would you like a water, juice, maybe a beer, he said to Naruto, and Karen. No, now take us to Gato, Kakuzu said, and Haru nodded. Okay, follow me, Haru said as he led them to Gato's office. When they reached a large double door, Haru knocked. Gato. Hey, buddy. Those mercenary guys are here, Haru cheered. I think this guy's might be gay, Naruto whispered to Karen. He seems kind, frilly, he said. No shit, Sherlock, Karen whispered back. I kinda like him though, she said. Me too. He seems pretty chill, Naruto said. The doors opened up, and a short man in a nice suit opened up. Thanks, Haru. I can always count on you, Gato said, and Haru gave thumbs up. Okay, I'm gonna go. Me and Natsu have a dance class soon, Haru said, doing a little dance, and Gato laughed. Go get him, my friend, Gato said as Haru walked off. He's a great guy. That's why he's my number 4, Gato said as he invited Kaku, Naruto, and Karen inside his office that had both expensive and illegal furniture and decorations made of animal skins and ivory. All right, then, Gato said, sitting down. As you can see, this place is pretty damn nice, right? Gato said, and the three nodded. That's because this is a hub of underground crime, he said, looking out the window. I use all these casinos to both make money and launder money. Kind of double win in the underworld, he said. But there's another reason I have this city the way it is. Opium, Gato said, and Naruto got confused. What's that? Naruto asked. Drugs, kid. Hard stuff, Gato said. Suna has a lot of poppy fields in the Southern Territory. They bring the product here and process it and ship it, Gato said. The railway here to supply the casinos and bars with food and liquor also ships the drugs as far west as the land of lakes to as far north as the land of snow, Gato said. But I ran into a problem, he said. What kind? Kakuzu asked. One of my suppliers hiked up the prices, so I'll be taking a loss, Gato said. Half 4 in total, so that's 25% in losses, and I can't accept that shit, he said. I want you to work with a local mercenary to take out the operation, Gato said. It will give me an opportunity to put one of my guys in place and keep the other 3 suppliers from getting any funny ideas, he said, and Kakuzu nodded. How about muscle? Ninja, Ronin, bandits, Kakuzu asked. About 200 strong. Yakuza, Ronin, and a few ninjas here and there, Gato said. Would that be a problem? Gato asked, and Kakuzu shook his head. Could head outside the city and meet the other guy, Gato said. Oh, and there is a bonus if you bring back any dope they have, he said. Very well. Naruto, Karen, let's go, Kakuzu said as he exited the room. Gato looked on in intrigue. If they do a good job, maybe I can rely on them for that job, and Wavy thought. Outside the village. Naruto, Kakuzu, and Karen all walked to an old shack outside the village. As they approached, a large, hunched figure wearing a cloak spoke up. Gato sent you, the figure asked, and Kakuzu nodded. Yes, he did. Who are you? Kakuzu asked, and the figure looked up, revealing a brown-skinned man with cornrows and a mask covering the lower part of his face. I am Sasori of the Red Sand. Thank you for arriving on time, Sasori said in a deep voice. Naruto flinched at this. He was slightly scared of this new guy. I'm Kakuzu, Kakuzu said. Karen, Karen said nervously. Naruto said confidently. We wasted enough time, Sasori said. Let's get going. If we are quick enough, We should be done by dawn, Sasori said. Sasori led Kakuzu, Naruto, and Karen into the desert ready to do the mission. Stitched Kitsune, Chapter 7. Soon a desert at night, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Karen. Naruto and Karen were walking behind Kakuzu and Sasori as they walked to the target of their job. Karen, feeling nervous, grabbed onto Naruto's hand in order to calm herself. Naruto, seeing this, held her hand and smiled behind his mask. "Don't worry, Karen. We'll be fine," Naruto said, and Karen nodded. Sasori looked over to Kakuzu and spoke. "Who are those two, and what are their powers?" he asked, and Kakuzu looked at him. "They are very young. I'm guessing the boy is 6 and the girl is 7. "What is so special about them?" he asked, and Kakuzu spoke. "The boy is Naruto. He is my apprentice and has powers like mine," Kakuzu said, not giving too much details about Naruto. "Karen is 75% Uzumaki and has remarkable sensor abilities," he said, and Sasori nodded. "A Uzumaki survivor, how rare," Sasori said. "I fought against several Uzumaki in my Genin days before their country was destroyed. They're quite formidable when trained properly," he said, and Kakuzu nodded. Sasori and Kakuzu both stopped as they walked over a dune. "There it is," Sasori said. Naruto and Karen both walked up to the top of the dune and looked in awe. Acres upon acres of poppy plants lined the desert, and in the middle of the plants was an old fort that has been converted to a hideout. Kakuzu looked over to Karen and spoke. "Girl, see how many enemies there are in the fort," Kakuzu said, and Karen nodded nervously. "Okay," Karen said as she closed her eyes. "Mind Eye of Kagura." Karen scanned the fort, looking at every life chakra signature inside. After about 5 minutes, Karen opened up her eyes. There are 227 people inside the fort. "All male, and all have malice," Karen said, and Naruto looked at her impressed. "Wow, that's pretty cool, Karen," Naruto said, praising her, and Karen blushed. "Shut up, the both of you," Kakuzu said, shutting both children up. Kakuzu looked at Sasori and spoke. "How do you recommend we do this?" he asked, and Sasori went into thought. "We will sneak through the poppy fields and get in close," Sasori said, and Kakuzu nodded. "When we get close, me and Naruto will attack," he said, and Karen raised her hand. What about me?" Karen asked, and Sasori looked at her. "You don't have much combat training, do you?" Sasori asked, and Karen nodded. Sasori took out 2 comm sets and threw one to Karen and one to Naruto. "You will stay here and tell us if you see reinforcements. If you see anyone escaping, kill them or call for one of us," he said, and Karen nodded. "Okay," Karen said as she put on her comm device. Naruto went up and hugged her. "Good luck, Karen," Naruto said, and Karen hugged him back. Sasori for a moment felt something, but just as soon as he did, it went away. "Let's go," Sasori said as Naruto and Kakuzu entered the fields and began to sneak up to the fort. With Naruto, Kakuzu, and Sasori. Naruto, Kakuzu, and Sasori snuck through the poppy fields. Naruto looked over to Sasori and whispered, "How are you so big and can lay so low?" Naruto asked, and Sasori looked at him. "Looks can be deceiving," Sasori said. As they all reached an area just outside the fort's wall, Kakuzu spoke. "I'll create an opening in the wall. Once it's down, rush," and Kakuzu said, and both nodded. Kakuzu went through hand signs and slammed his hands into the ground earth style. Earth pillars. Pillars of earth came out of the ground and went to the wall. The pillars proceeded to destroy the wall and Naruto, Kakuzu and Sasori all ran through the collapsed wall. Naruto ran off to the right towards a small building with steam coming out of it. Sasori ran to the middle of the fort where there was a wide open space, and Kakuzu went into the large building which he guessed was the operations center. With Naruto entered the small building and closed the door behind him using his threads to tie it shut. Naruto looked around and saw over 100 men. All the men were working at very long tables with poppy pods, the black powder inside the pods and blocks of pure opium. "Hey, get him!" a man shouted, and every one of the men picked up weapons ranging from kunai to machetes. "Oh shit," Naruto said as one of the men ran towards him wielding a machete. Naruto caught the man's arm and twisted it down. Naruto grabbed the machete out of the man's hand and proceeded to bring it down into his neck, killing him. Naruto, seeing more men run towards him, used his threads to grab a rafter above him. Naruto, now on a rafter just above, brought out his threads from his hands, began his attack. Naruto launched 10 threads from each of his fingers to 10 of the opium dealers. Naruto wrapped the threads around their necks. Naruto jumped down from the rafter, proceeding to pull the men up by the neck. Naruto attached the threads to the rafter and landed on the ground as 10 of the opium dealers were left hanging behind him. The sharp threads cut into their necks, severing their arteries as blood rained down. "You little shit, we'll kill you," the opium dealers shouted. Naruto picked up a discarded machete and got into his stance. "Bring it," Naruto shouted. With Sasori. Sasori was in the middle of the compound using the hit tail to knock away any kunai or crossbow bolts that came towards him. Sasori blocked another crossbow bolt and sent his tail towards the man who fired it. Sasori skewered the man, raising him up into the air as he screamed in agony. Sasori spun around and threw the man at another man running towards him. The two men collided and both were killed, one by impact and one by Sasori's tail. Sasori turned his head and saw a mob of 10 men approaching him with various weapons. Sasori got into a crouch and lifted up the mask on his face, revealing a puppet mouth. The mouth opened and fired a volley of poisoned sunbon at the mob of men. The sunbon hit the men, and most were killed instantly, but those who weren't were now lying on the ground in agony as the poison entered their bloodstream. Sasori looked around for more targets and saw a single man approach. Sasori got a good look at him and realized he remembered the man. "Master Sasori," the man said as he took out a scroll. "Surprised to see you here," he said. The man opened up his scroll and took out a puppet. It had orange hair and a single eye on its face and a wide mouth with a nozzle sticking out. "I always hoped to battle you." "Puppet wielder to puppet master," he said. "I remember you. You're Kato," Sasori said, remembering the man from his time in the puppet corps. "Very well then," Sasori said as he ripped off his cloak, revealing his puppet body. "Let's fight, boy," Sasori said, and Kato got into his stance. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu was running through the large building, killing everyone in his path. Kakuzu caught a katana with his hardened hand. Kakuzu proceeded to snap the blade in half and used the part of the blade he was holding to stab the wielder through the eye, killing him. Kakuzu kicked the lifeless corpse away as he continued his rampage. Kakuzu continued moving down the halls, but ran into a hallway with 3 different directions. Kakuzu proceeded to separate his fire and lightning hearts and sent them down two of the hallways while he went down the other one. As Kakuzu went down the hallway, he spotted a room with a nice-looking door. Kakuzu walked up and kicked the door open, revealing a nicely decorated room furnished with a big bed, lights, and a desk with papers on it. Kakuzu looked around and looked at the bed. Kakuzu walked over and reached down under. Kakuzu felt an arm and pulled. Kakuzu proceeded to pull someone out, but not who he was expecting. Please don't hurt me. A young woman begged that Kakuzu drag her out. Kakuzu looked at her and felt anger. She was naked and had needle marks on her arm, emphasizing the men were forcing her to take drugs. She had multiple bruises and cigarette burns across her body. Kakuzu looked at the woman with anger in his eyes. "Where is he?" Kakuzu asked, and the woman shivered. The girl proceeded to point at a book cabinet. Kakuzu walked over and grabbed the book cabinet. Kakuzu threw it across the room and saw a hidden door made out of steel. Kakuzu hardened his fist once again and punched through the door, grabbing it and tearing it off its hinges. A man wearing only his underwear backed away from Kakuzu as he walked forward and grabbed him. Kakuzu dragged the man out of the panic room and threw high on the ground and pointed at the girl. "Who is she?" Kakuzu said, and the man whimpered. "She's just some girl the boys found back in town," he said to Kakumi, "and the boys figure that since there are no women here that weed." He began until Kakuzu back fisted him across the face. "I'm a lot of things," Kakuzu said, "a traitor, a murderer, a thief. But one thing I'm not is a rapist," Kakuzu said as his threads began to come out of his body. "Gato told me to take care of you," Kakuzu said, "but I think I'm going to take my sweet time," Kakuzu said as he sent his threads forward and they entered the man's body. The man began to scream in pain as Kakuzu's threads entered his body. The woman who was cowering in the corner was scared of the mysterious mercenary killing her abuser. However, after a few seconds, she began to watch as her rapist was pulled from the inside out by the man as blood and gore began to litter the floor. With Karen. Karen was watching from a distance as Naruto, Sasori, and Kaku tore through their enemies with relative ease. "Holy crud," Karen thought as she used her mind's eye to see the 227 chakra signatures be whittled down to about 80 or so, with the majority fighting Naruto or being taken out by Kakuzu's hearts. Karen then sensed a chakra signature approaching her, and she opened her eyes. Karen saw two opium dealers running through the fields trying to escape. Karen activated her comm set and spoke. "Karen here, I see someone running away," Karen whispered. Karen then heard Naruto respond. "If you think you can get him," Naruto said, and Karen froze. Karen swallowed hard and spoke. "I think so," Karen said. "Either kill him or hide. You still have my thread, right?" Naruto said, and Karen responded. "Yes, I do," Karen said, reaching in her back pocket and retrieving a garrote made from Naruto's thread. Okay, I can do this," Karen said to herself. As the man approached, Karen laid down on the ground as the man approached. As the man ran past Karen, not seeing her laying down on the ground, Karen sprung up and wrapped the thread around his neck while jumping on his back. Karen began to tighten the thread around his neck as it began to cut into his neck. The man began to struggle as Karen strangled him. The man fell onto his back, trying to get Karen off his back. Karen felt the man's weight hit her and had her glasses knocked off. Despite this, Karen did not let go as she tightened the garrote around the man's neck. After a few minutes of struggling, the thread finally cut into the man's neck, severing his arteries. As the man finally stopped kicking, Karen let out a breath she did not know she was holding in. Karen pulled herself from under the now dead man and retrieved her glasses. She proceeded to look down at the dead body and began to cry. Karen walked a few feet away and curled up into a ball and began to cry, waiting for Naruto to return. With Naruto had about 30 more enemies left in his fight, and so far, he was winning. Naruto, using his speed and training, was able to beat back the untrained thugs with little to no effort. Naruto ducked under another kunai from an enemy and got down low. Naruto proceeded to dig his fingers into the man's abdomen, releasing his threads into his body. The man screamed as the threads entered his body. Naruto wrapped his threads around the man's organs and proceeded to shred them. Naruto jumped back as the man fell to the ground, screaming in agony, and the other charged at Naruto. Okay, then let's do this, Naruto thought as he opened his jacket. Naruto focused his chakra into his second heart, and in a few seconds his second heart detached from his chest and landed on the ground. The form of threads began to stand up and was about the same size of Naruto. It was made of Naruto's red threads and had a fox mask for a face. "What the hell is that thing?" one of the men shouted. "Who cares? Just kill it," another man shouted as he raised up his machete to attack the walking heart. The man brought down the machete to kill it, but the heart caught it. The heart proceeded to slash the man across the abdomen with its arm, cutting his belly open. The heart then turned its head and charged into the group of men, tearing them apart with its hands. Naruto looked on in horror, as this was the first time he ever used this technique in a fight. "Damn, I don't think he needs my help with this," Naruto thought as he left his heart to the rest of the men. Naruto turned around and tried to ignore the sounds of meat being torn apart. Naruto walked into the back of the building. Naruto found a door and opened it and saw literal shelves full of processed opium. Jackpot, Naruto thought as he took out a scroll and opened it. Naruto proceeded to do the jutsu that Kakuzu taught him to seal the drugs into the scroll. "All right, sweet, extra money in my." "Oh, what the hell?" Naruto shouted as he re-entered the room where he left his heart. The heart had turned the entire room red with blood and gore. "Kami above," Naruto said as he tiptoed around the torn apart and mutilated bodies up to his heart, which was standing in the middle of the carnage. "You really went all out," Naruto said as he opened his jacket. "Okay, back and you go," Naruto said. The heart proceeded to reattach with Naruto, and Naruto closed his jacket. "Let's see what else is going on," Naruto said. Naruto took a step forward and accidentally stepped on an eyeball, squishing it, and it getting inside his sandal. "Ah, crap," Naruto whined. With Sasori. Sasori fired a volley of kunai from a hidden launcher inside his puppet's arm. The volley of kunai sailed towards Kato, who dodged along with his puppet. Kato proceeded to send his puppet to Sasori, using his chakra strings to activate the puppet's weaponry. The puppet's mouth widened as the hose became more pronounced and began to shoot out a large stream of fire towards Sasori. Sasori, with remarkable speed, dodged the stream of fire with little effort. Sasori sent his tail towards Kato, trying to hit him with a poison tail blade. Kato ducked under the tail and ran towards Sasori, brining his puppet with him to attack. Kato began to make his puppet spin around at an alarming speed. As Kato went towards Sasori, two more hoses came out of the puppet's arms as fire began to pour out. The puppet turned into a flaming tornado as it approached Sasori. Sasori, seeing this, knew he could not dodge as the flames would light hit puppet on fire. So he decided to bail out of the puppet just as Kato lit his puppet's body on fire. Kato looked as a figure hopped out of the puppet and saw Sasori standing a few yards away. Sasori turned around, and instead of seeing a man in his mid-20s, the Sasori he served with nearly 9 years ago. "How is this possible?" Kato asked. "You should be at least 26 or 27 by now. But you look like you did when we both became Chunin," he said. Kato was alarmed as Sasori still looked like he was a teenager instead of a grown adult. "I'm glad you asked, Kato," Sasori said as he removed his cloak and revealed that the entire right side of his body was now a refined puppet form. "I have been busy over the years, and I'm nearly done with my masterpiece," he said with a smile. "You're a monster. You're not even human anymore," Kato said as he got ready to fight again, but was caught off guard when Sasori rushed towards him. Kato readied his puppet, sending it towards Sasori. Kato activated the puppet's wrist blades, revealing two 8-inch poison blades. Sasori smiled as he proceeded to bring out his own blade out of his right arm and rushed towards the puppet. The puppet swung at Sasori, who proceeded to block the blade with his own and parry. Sasori, using his own blade, broke off the puppet's arm, and Kato tried to get Sasori with the other one. Sasori jumped back and put away his blade before opening his right puppet arm at the elbow. Sasori had a secret Senbon launcher and shot dozens of Senbon at the puppet. The Senbon hit the puppet and disabled it as the needles got caught in the joints and gears. "Damn it," Kato cursed as he cut his chakra strings and got ready to fight Sasori. Sasori was running towards Kato, who took out a kunai to defend himself. Sasori slashed at Kato, who ducked out of the way and tried to stab Sasori in his chest. Kato aimed for the part of Sasori that was still human and was nearly there. However, Sasori brought up his foot and brought out a hidden blade from within. Sasori stabbed Kato's hand as Hit neared him, and Sasori jumped up. Sasori threw another kick with his other foot towards Kato's head. Sasori brought out another blade from his foot and drove it into Kato's temple. Kato was killed instantly as Sasori pulled both his blades out of the man as he fell to the ground. Sasori looked over to Kato's puppet and shrugged. "Could be useful later," Sasori thought as he took out a scroll and sealed it up. Sasori pocketed the scroll as he heard footsteps behind him. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Naruto shouted as he got into a stance. Sasori turned around with a smirk. "Why am I not surprised?" Sasori said. "No one has ever seen me in my normal form," Sasori said, and Naruto realized who he was talking to. "Sasori? You're like normal and human and stuff," Naruto said as Sasori's sweat dropped. "Little shit," Sasori thought as he began to walk off. "Let's go back to that girl up there. Kakuzu should nearly be done," he said. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu rummaged through the bedroom until he found what he was looking for in a wall safe. Here it is, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu ripped open the safe and saw at least 10 million Ryo. Kakuzu smiled as he began to grab the money and place it on the bed. As Kakuzu took out a scroll to seal up the money, he looked over and saw the woman he saved. The woman was looking down at the boss of the group Kakuzu and the others just killed. She was staring blankly at the dead body of her rapist and felt nothing. Kakuzu proceeded to grab 3 stacks of Ryo and threw it at the woman's feet. "Take it," Kakuzu said. "Forget you ever saw me," Kakuzu said as he sealed up the money and began to walk out. Thank you," the woman said, making Kakuzu freeze in place. "You're a good man," she said. "No, I'm not," Kakuzu said before walking out, leaving the woman by herself. Karita Ki, Gato's office, with Kakuzu. Kakuzu was standing in front of Gato by himself. Gato was pleased with the work and brought up a briefcase. "Good job," Gato said, handing him the briefcase to Kakuzu. "And here is the extra for the dope the kid brought back," Gato said, throwing Kakuzu a wad of cash for Naruto, and Kakuzu got it. "Thanks for the business," Kakuzu said as he began to walk out, but Gato stopped him. "Hold it," Gato said, standing up. "You are a very useful. If I sent my own boys there to take them out, then I would have lost half of them. But you can get shit done," Gato said as he pulled out a business card. "I would like to have you work for me part-time, like outsource contracting," Gato said. "If I have a problem that needs some more muscle, you and your little entourage can handle it," he said. Kakuzu looked at the card, calculating the risk versus reward, and decided to take it. "I'll keep that in mind," Kakuzu said as he walked out of the office. Gato smiled at this. "Looks like Wave Country will be mine sooner than I thought," Gato thought as he sat back behind his desk. "I need to get my affairs in order first, but I'm sure it can work out," he thought. At the hotel with Sasori and Naruto. Naruto and Sasori were both sitting in the living room of Naruto's hotel room. Naruto had his mask off and showed Sasori what was behind it. "Damn, they did all of that to you," Sasori said, and Naruto nodded. "Yep, all because I have a demon in my stomach and was friends with an heiress," Naruto said, and Sasori scowled. "I never did like the leaf, especially after my parents were killed by Sakamo Hatake. The white fong of the leaf," Sasori said, "and for the looks of it, my hatred was not misplaced," Sasori said, and Naruto nodded. "It's funny," Naruto said. "Kakuzu, you fool. Most of the people who accepted me now are the same as me," he said, and Sasori arched an eyebrow. "Me, you, and Kakuzu barely look human anymore. Fu has a demon in her too, and Karen and Mia were hated for being outsiders," Naruto said. "I think it's ironic." "Is that the word I'm looking for?" Naruto said, and Sasori chuckled. "I think so," Sasori said. Just then the door to the room opened up, and Kakuzu walked in. "How'd it go?" Sasori asked, and Kakuzu raised up his briefcase. "Got our payment. You got paid in advance, correct?" Kakuzu said, and Sasori nodded. Kakuzu turned to Naruto and threw him his pay and his bonus from Gato. "Here's your cut." "Where's Karen?" Kakuzu asked. "She's with Fu and Mia in the room. Her first kill hit her hard," Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded as he threw Naruto her cut. "Give that to her then," Kakuzu said before turning to Sasori. "So what now?" Kakuzu said, looking at Sasori. "Our team up is over, and I will take my leave," Sasori said, and Naruto whined. "What? Oh, come on, can you stay with us?" Naruto whined to Sasori. "With Yumi, Kakuzu, and Fu, we are nearly unstoppable," Naruto said, and Kakuzu looked at him. "We are not taking in every person we come across," Kakuzu said. "I agree. What would be the benefit of me joining you?" Sasori asked. We'd have two S-class ninjas on the same team. So, we can charge more for jobs," Naruto said, pulling an answer out of his ass. Kakuzu and Sasori were about to retort, but stopped. They thought about it, and could not see any flaw in that logic. "I already charge a substantial amount for my services, And with Sasori here, we can take on more jobs and higher paying job, Kakuzu thought. Nobody has really seen my face in 9 years, so it's not like I could get recognized easily, Sasori thought before looking at Naruto. And I have to admit, the kid has kind of grown on me, he thought. That makes sense, Kakuzu said. I see no problem with that, Sasori said. Okay, I'll join you for now, he said, and Naruto beamed. All right, another friend, Naruto shouted as Sasori chuckled, and Kakuzu groaned in annoyance. Hey, Sasori, want to go gamble a little? Naruto said, holding up his bonus. Sasori nodded. Sure, Sasori said as he and Naruto walked out of the room and down to the casino. Kakuzu saw both leave and was left alone in the room. Kakuzu was about to head to his bedroom, but stopped. I guess some gambling wouldn't be too bad, Kakuzu thought as he took some money out of his briefcase and headed after Naruto and Sasori. 3 days later, Naruto, Fu, Karen, and Mia were following Kakuzu and Sasori out of the village. Karen was feeling a little better, but was still a little saddened by killing that man. Naruto reached over and grabbed her hand, making her smile. Fu, seeing this, went over and grabbed Naruto's hand as well, making Karen look at her Grinch, Karen thought. Hussy, Fu thought as both girls glared at each other with Naruto looking on in confusion. What is with them, Naruto thought, not realizing what the problem was. Naruto decided to break the silence by speaking. So Kakuzu-sensei, where are we heading now? Naruto asked, and Kakuzu spoke. We are heading to Kiri, Kakuzu said, shocking. Yeah, there's a civil war going on. I'm sure they will be looking for mercenaries to hire, he said, and Mia spoke up. But Kiri is at war over bloodline users, Mia said. There is a genocide going on. Only you and Mr. Sasori here are ninja. I'm just a woman, and Karen, Naruto, and Fu are just children, Mia said, and Kakuzu ignored her. Sasori walked over to Mia and smiled. Naruto, Fu, and Mia are strong enough to protect themselves, Sasori said. And don't worry. If need be, I'll protect you, Ms. Mia, Sasori said. Mia blushed at this and looked away. Thank you, Mia said before Sasori nodded and walked ahead. Mia then heard some chuckling and saw Fu standing next to her. You like him, Fu said, and Mia covered her mouth, trying to stop her from talking. Naruto and his group continued walking through the desert in order to make their way to Kiri. In aim, Madara, Uchiha, Pain, and Conan were all in an empty hall waiting. As they did, a figure appeared out of the ground. Zetsu, report, Madara said, and Zetsu spoke. The 9 tails and the 7 tails are both missing. White Zetsu said they vanished over a month ago, he said, and Conan became alarmed. How is that possible? 2 containers missing, Conan asked. Konoha tried to kill the container, but he escaped, Black Zetsu said. The 7 tails vanished en route to Konoha as a replacement, White Zetsu said. What of possible candidates for our organization? Pain asked. We have found 3 so far, White Zetsu said. Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru, and Kisame Hashigake with 3 possible ones. Haiden of Yuga, Kakuzu of Taki, and Sasori of Suna, Black Zetsu said, and Pain nodded. However, Sasori and Kakuzu are unable to be found, White Zetsu said, but we will find them, Black Zetsu said. Very well then, continue your search, Pain said, and Zetsu nodded before going back into the ground. We must be careful, Pain, Madara said, looking at him. No one can know about our plans. I'm heading to Kiri to recruit Kisame, Madara said as he vanished in a vortex. Can we trust him, Nagato? Conan said, and Pain spoke. No, but he is useful to us, Pain said as he began to walk away. Besides, no one can withstand the power of God, Nagato said as he walked away. Konoha at night, with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was walking in the woods of Konoha until he stopped in the middle of a field. He waited for a minute until a voice spoke up. Hello, Hiruzen, Danzo said, walking out of the darkness. How may I help you, old friend? Need me to clean up your mistakes again, he said. Hiruzen turned to him with a scowl on his face, his patience running thin. Danzo, if you weren't my comrade for so long, I would have killed you long ago, Hiruzen said, to which Danzo didn't even flinch. I need you and your route to find the 9 tails and the 7 tails, Hiruzen said, and Danzo smirked. Our ninja are useless, and I'm not willing to wait anymore, Hiruzen said as he turned around. Kill, interrogate, torture. I don't care, just find them. We need our weapons, he said, and Danzo raised an eyebrow. Our weapons, Danzo said, and Hiruzen nodded. Taki has always been at our mercy. They couldn't take back the 7 tails if they tried, Hiruzen said. Find those 2 and bring them here. By any means necessary, he said, and Danzo nodded before walking away. Hiruzen took in a deep breath and began to walk away. Minato, your brat, is more trouble than he's worth, Hiruzen thought as he walked away. Stitched Kitsune. Chapter 8. Land of Frost, Eastern Port. 2 weeks after the Suna job. Naruto was sitting next to Fu, Karen, and Mia as they waited for Kakuzu and Sasori to come back. So far, it has been almost 2 hours and Naruto was getting impatient. They traveled to the Land of Frost in order to catch a ferry to Kiri. But since the country is in the middle of a civil war, they need to sneak in. So Kakuzu and Sasori were using their underground connections in order to find a ride to smuggle them into the war-torn country. Holy crud, they are taking forever, Naruto groaned, making Karen look up from her portable gaming system and Fu from sharpening a kunai. I'm gonna die of old age before we get a ride, he said. Fu, upon hearing this, spoke. Hey, Kakuzu, gave you an extra heart, right? Fu said, and Naruto nodded. So, what does that mean, you're gonna live longer than a normal person, or no? She said. Naruto's eyes widened, and he scratched his head. Huh, not sure. Never really thought about it, Naruto said. Just then, Kakuzu and Sasori walked out of the building they were in. Kakuzu walked up to the others and spoke. We have a ride to Kiri, Kakuzu said, and they all let out a sigh of relief. But we need to do a job first, he said. Huh, a job? What kind? Naruto asked. An assassination job, Kakuzu said. Naruto rose to his feet and sighed. Okay, fine. Who's the dirtbag this time? Naruto said. Sasori looked at him and spoke. Yuki Fujikaze, Sasori said, making everyone go wide-eyed. Oh, the famous actress, Mia said, shocked. Why her, she asked. Don't know and don't care, Kakuzu said coldly before looking at Naruto. Naruto, I have a test for you, he said, and Naruto gulped. What is it? Naruto said, not wanting to hear the answer. I want you, Fu, and Karen to go and kill her, Kakuzu said, making Fu drop her kunai and Karen pale even more than she already was. Why, you can't be serious, Karen said. We are just kids. We may have done things before, but Karen said, but Kakuzu shut her up with some killing intent. You have 4 days to complete the job, Kakuzu said coldly. She is staying in a resort in hot water country a day's travel from here. Go there, kill her, and retrieve a necklace. She has as proof of the kill, Kakuzu said. Once the job is completed, we will be taken to snow country and go to the client, Kakuzu said. And once we meet him, we'll get paid and get smuggled in Akiri, Kakuzu said. Like I said, you have 4 days, Kakuzu said. If you don't succeed, don't even bother coming back, Kakuzu said. Sasori walked next to Mia and spoke. It'll be best if you stay here, he said, stopping Mia from protesting. Naruto scowled from behind his mask and spoke. Fine, he said, shocking Fu and Karen. I will kill her, Naruto said before turning around to Fu and Karen. Let's get this over with, Naruto said. Okay, Fu said, picking up her drop kunai. Karen only nodded as she got up. Naruto was handed a scroll by Kakuzu, and he, Fu, and Karen all started to walk away. I'll be waiting back at the inn, Kakuzu said, walking away. Once Kakuzu was a good distance away, Mia looked to Sasori. How could you support something like this? Mia said with tears welling up in her eyes. I thought better of you. It thought you were a better man, she said. Sasori looked around to see if the coast was clear. I don't fully agree with the plan either, Sasori said. If they're not back in 4 days, you and me will ditch Kakuzu and get the kids, he said, and Mia nodded. But you must also realize, Mia, this would have happened one way or another with the children, Sasori said, making Mia look at him. Whether as a mercenary or a shinobi, they would have killed someone who was innocent sooner or later, he said. Mia looked off into the direction Naruto, Karen, and Fu walked off in. Please be safe, Mia prayed. The next day, Yuga Resort. Fuck off, Sandayuki, Fujike shouted as she threw a bottle of sake at the man who dodged the bottle. I said, leave me the hell alone. I've been busting my ass for over 3 days here for this damn movie, she shouted. I know, my lady, but, Sandayu said, but was stopped when Yuki grabbed him and shoved him out the door of the room. Now leave me alone, Yuki shouted as she slammed the door. She scoffed as she walked over to the hotel bar that was in her room and opened it, getting low on sake. Yuki thought as she grabbed a peach-flavored sake and popped it open. Yuki walked over to the couch and plopped down and began to drink. Unseen by her, she was being watched by Fu, who was shrunk down to her smallest size and using the wall walking technique to hand upside down on the ceiling. Fu brought out her wings and flew out of the room through an open window. Fu fly away from the resort for a few minutes until she reached a patch of forest. Fu flew down and saw both Naruto and Karen hiding inside the brush. Fu grew back to her normal size and spoke. She's in her room drinking, Fu said. She's a total bitch, Fu said, trying not to curse. I used my mind's eye to look at the resort, Karen said to Naruto. There are over 500 people there, including the staff and the guests, she said. Naruto clenched his fists. Okay, what floor is she on? Naruto asked. 4th floor, room 407, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. You don't have to do this, you know, she said, and Naruto looked at her. We could just go back and grab Karen's mom and run away, Fu said, and Naruto shook his head. Kakuzu would hunt us down, Naruto said, clenching his fists tighter. I knew he was a cold, emotionless bastard, but I didn't know how much he was one, Naruto said. I'm okay with killing bad guys, but she's not a bad guy, Naruto said. Are you sure you can do it? Karen said, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I can do it, Naruto said sadly. After all, you two shouldn't have to get your hands dirty, he said as he stood up. I'll be back in a few, Naruto said as he walked to the resort. Fu sat down next to Karen and spoke. I feel bad, Fu said. Naruto has been through so much. And now this, Fu said. We'll have to be there for him. Karen said. He needs us as much as we need him, she said, and Fu nodded. In the resort, 20 minutes later, Yuki Fujikaze turned off the water to her shower and grabbed her towel from the towel rack. She wiped down her wet body and wrapped the towel around herself. She proceeded to pick up a bottle of sake on the bathroom counter and take a sip. Nothing like a drink after a hot bath, she thought as she grabbed the bathroom doorknob and turned it. Yuki opened the door and walked out. I should order some room service, she began until she felt a hit to her stomach. Yuki felt like she got punched and stumbled to the side, hitting a dresser. Yuki looked down and saw a kunai embedded into her abdomen in the center of her body. She then looked up and saw a kid no older than 6 or 7, wearing a mask, standing there with his hand outstretched from stabbing her. Yuki began to cough out blood and fell to the ground and began to drag herself across the floor. Help! Somebody help! She thought inside her mind as she crawled along the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Naruto, standing up and watching Yuki Fujikaze crawl across the floor, began to feel sick to his stomach. However, he shook those feelings aside and took out a thread from his wrist and held it in both of his hands. Naruto got on top of Yuki, sitting on her back, and wrapped the thread around her neck. Naruto proceeded to tighten the thread around her neck and began to strangle her. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Naruto whispered as he continued to strangle the actress. Yuki tried to shake the boy off, but couldn't, as the blood loss and her intoxication made her weaker than she already was. Yuki Fujikaze's world began to grow black as memories began to flood her mind. She was Koyuki Kazuhana, princess of Snow Country. Everything played back to her. Her father, her escaping the country when her uncle Dodo took power, her years of acting and drinking, and finally her faithful servant Sandayu. Sandayu, Koyuki thought before her world turned black. Naruto saw Yuki stop struggling and the blood vessels burst inside her eyes. Naruto took off the thread from around her neck and stood up. Naruto looked down at the now dead actress and began to cry. She didn't deserve this. Naruto wiped his tears and walked over to a nightstand and found the necklace that was requested. He picked it up and headed to the balcony. However, he stopped and looked back at the woman he killed. He turned around and walked over to her. Naruto flipped her on her back and removed both the kunai and her towel. Koyuki was lying naked on the floor, covered in blood. Naruto used the towel to clean up the blood and make her less messy. He then walked over to the bed and took off the blanket. Naruto proceeded to place the blanket over her, only stopping at her neck. Naruto kneeled down and closed her eyes. Naruto, now looking at her, thought she now looked more peaceful, like she was sleeping and not dead. Naruto covered her face with the blanket and stood up. Naruto clapped his hands together and bowed his head. Kami, please forgive me, for I have sinned, Naruto prayed. Please take her away to the heavens above, he thought. Naruto opened his eyes and spoke. Forgive me, miss, Naruto said as he ran and jumped off the balcony to go back to Fu and Karen. 3 days later, boat heading to Snow Country. Naruto was standing on the deck of a boat, giving them a lift to Snow Country, looking over the railing at the waves below. Karen, Fu, and Mia were all sitting on a bench up against the bulkhead. Sasori walked out from below deck and sat next to them. "How is he?" Sasori asked. "He still hasn't spoken yet." Fu said. "He hasn't said a single word since he got done with the job," she said. "He's hurting on the inside," Karen said, sensing his chakra. Anger, sadness, regret, fear, anxiety. Nothing like how he usually is, she said. "Poor Naruto," Mia said. "I try to talk to him, but he won't budge," she said. Sasori frowned at this. "Damn it, Kakuzu. You and your damn test," Sasori thought. "I should have done the job like I wanted to. Now look what happened," he thought. Just then, Kakuzu walked up and spoke. "We will be landing in an hour," Kakuzu said. Everyone gave him a dirty look. "What?" he said. Sasori pointed at Naruto, and Kakuzu groaned. "Wanted to test the boy, and I'm the bad guy." Kakuzu thought. "Fine," he said. Kakuzu walked up to Naruto, and Naruto looked at him with a frown behind his mask. "What do you want to say?" Kakuzu said. Naruto spun around and took down his mask to show his expression of rage. "Fuck you," Naruto shouted. "Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, you ancient old fuck, making a 6-year-old kill some innocent girl. What the fuck is wrong with you?" Naruto shouted. Kakuzu just stood there not saying anything. "When this is over and I repay my debt to you, get the fuck out of my motherfucking life," Naruto shouted. Kakuzu stood there steady as a stone and spoke. "We land in an hour. Get your stuff ready," Kakuzu said before turning around and walking away. "Asshole," Naruto said as turned around and looked at the waves again. Sasori, Karen, Fu, and Mia were sitting there stunned as they witnessed Naruto's outburst. "I think that's progress," Sasori said, unsure. "Oh God," Fu said. "I've never seen Naruto so angry before," she said. "Let's go, kids," Mia said as she got up, followed by Karen and Fu. "Naruto, are you coming?" she asked. Naruto sighed and turned around. "Yeah," Naruto said as he walked over and joined them. Snow Country Port, 1 hour later. Kakuzu led the way up the port with Naruto, Sasori behind him, and Fu, Karen, and Mia trailing in the back. As they made their way up the dock, as they walked up, Kakuzu stopped when he saw massive figures up ahead. Dodo Kazahana, the leader of Snow Country. He was a large man with a square jaw, brown hair, and a fancy cloak covering his black chakra armor. Behind him were his 3 bodyguards. Nadar Roga, the leader. He was a man in his late 20s with long, light purple hair and purple tattoos going over his eyes. Mizor Fuyukuma, a large man with short purple hair and dark eyes. And lastly was the youngest and only female of the group, Fubuki Kakayoki. Fubuki was around 16 or so, with spiky pink hair coming out of her helmet like pigtails. She had green eyes and had what looked like wings coming from the back of her chakra armor. Lastly, there were about 50 snow ninjas behind them as backup just in case of anything happening. "So, you're the ones who completed the job for me," Dodo said, looking at Kakuzu, who nodded. "Yes, we are," Kakuzu said. "We only did it for passage to Kiri," he said, and Dodo nodded. "And you earned it," Dodo said. "Who is the one who did the deed?" he said. "I did," Naruto said, walking forward and standing next to Kakuzu. "And I got the necklace that you requested," he said as he tossed the necklace to Dodo, who caught it. Dodo and his 3 bodyguards looked at Naruto in surprise. "A child killed her," Dodo said, genuinely surprised. "How old are you, kid?" Dodo asked. 6, I think, Naruto said. I haven't been keeping track of the days. I was born on October 10th, Naruto said. Haha, Dodo laughed heartedly. I remember my days as a ninja. Such fond memories of battle, he said as he turned around. Follow me to the castle, and we can discuss payment and bonuses, Dodo said, and Kakuzu nodded. Very well, he said as he and the others began to follow Dodo and his ninjas to the castle. Fubuki decided to hang back and walk next to Naruto. So, Squirt, you really killed that actress, she said, and Naruto looked at her. I don't want to talk about it, Naruto said, looking at her with a side eye. And my name is Naruto, not Squirt, Naruto said, and Fubuki chuckled. Well then, Naruto, Fubuki said, welcome to the land of snow, she said. Fubuki then reached into a pocket and took out a chocolate bar and tossed it to Naruto. And happy belated birthday, Fubuki said, and Naruto looked at her. Naruto said, your birthday passed yesterday, Fubuki said, and Naruto nodded. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said skeptically. Naruto looked down at the chocolate bar and read it dark chocolate with Arctic raspberries he read in his mind. Screw it, Naruto thought as he opened it and took a bite. His eyes then widened in surprise. Holy crap, this is good, Naruto said, and Fubuki laughed. Really never tried that flavor before, Fubuki said. Never tried chocolate before. The stores never sold it to me, Naruto said, making Fubuki stop laughing and look at him strangely. Seriously, Fubuki asked. Yep, Naruto said as he continued to eat his candy bar. Kazahana Castle, later that night. Naruto, Fu, Karen and Mia were all in a large and fancy bedroom that had 2 large beds. They were waiting for Kakuzu and Sasori to come in and tell them the news and see what was the next plan of action. It's weird, Fu said, touching the sheets to the bed she was going to share with Naruto. Never thought I'd ever sleeping in a castle, she said. We get to sleep in a place with hot water and heating, Karen said, looking at her mom. We never had this back in Kusa, she said. Dad would have loved this, Karen said, and Mia wrapped her arms around her. I know, honey, I know, Mia said. Just then the door opened up and Kakuzu walked in with Sasori. So, we have an opportunity, Kakuzu said, gaining all their attentions. We can either stick to our original plan and head to Kiri, or we can wait here a while and do some work for Dodo, Kakuzu said, and Naruto spoke up. What, do you got some more actresses for me to strangle? Naruto said with venom in his voice. As tempting as that is, no, Dodo said, walking around the corner. I have a problem with some detestable partisans, he said, taking a seat on a nearby couch. And I simply wish to hire you and your company to help my 3 bodyguards deal with them, Dodo said. Frankly, they will be dead anyways, but I just wish to speed up the process, he said. So, what is the offer? Naruto said, and Dodo spoke up. 1 month of assistance, Dodo said. You will be given a room here along with meals, and you will be paid handsomely for your troubles, Dodo said. Naruto took in the words and thought it over. 1 month of living under a roof, a month of not being hunted down by rival mercenaries. Naruto knew he couldn't give this up. Fine, I'll do it, Naruto said, and Dodo smiled, but the girls here can stay whether they agree to help or not, he said, and Dodo chuckled. Of course, Dodo said before looking at Naruto. Let me give you some advice. Naruto, was it? Dodo said, and Naruto nodded. Everyone is selfish. Everyone. From the lowliest peasant to a daimyo like me, Dodo said. And the thing is, if you want something, you have to get it at any cost. Otherwise, someone else will take it from you, Dodo said as he got up. Now think of this. Is it selfish to want to give yourself and others a better life at the expense of another? Dodo said, think about it, he said as he threw a sack towards Naruto, who caught it. Naruto opened it and pulled out 2 small gold bullion from the sack. What's this? Naruto asked. Your bonus, Dodo said as he walked out. Naruto looked down at the gold, then at Fu, Karen, and Mia. Dodo's words began to bounce around inside his head, and he put away his bonus. I'm going to bed, Naruto said as he hopped into bed. We will be starting tomorrow, Kakuzu said as he walked out before stopping. Good job, Naruto, Kakuzu said. Naruto, laying in bed, was now wide-eyed. Good job, Naruto thought as he sat up. Sasori walked out, and Mia and Karen entered their bed. Fu entered the bed with Naruto and kissed him on the cheek. Good night, Naruto, Fu said as she laid down. Naruto hit the lights and lay down next to Fu. Naruto stayed up staring at the ceiling of the room. Is this wrong? He thought. Whatever, he thought as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Please, please, no. You don't have to do this. Naruto kicked the stool from out of the man as he fell down and stopped a foot off the ground. The man had one of Naruto's threads around his neck tied to a tree branch. The tree was on the side of a road, and this is where the execution was happening. Naruto looked up as the man struggled for breath as he hung from the tree. After a minute, the man stopped struggling as he stopped fighting. The man was now dead, swinging from a tree, and Naruto let out a breath. Okay, that's the last of them, Naruto said as he turned around. All up and down the road, there were the dead bodies of a group of rebels, totaling about 20 in all. Fu, wearing winter clothing, flew down and landed next to Naruto, retracting her wings. Finally, Fu said, stretching, I was getting bored. These guys are getting easier and easier to find and kill, she said. That's because the more experienced members have been killed or fled the country already, Roga said, hopping down from a tree where he hung another body. I have to say I was a little skeptical about you helping us, but I must say you are a lot more skilled than I gave you credit for, he said. Thanks, Roga, Naruto said with a smile. Over the past 3 weeks, he has grown a lot closer to Roga, Mizore, and Fubuki. Dodo ordered his 3 most skilled shinobi to exterminate the partisans along with Naruto and his group. And so far, he has enjoyed their company. And I have to say, Squirt, Fubuki said, landing behind Naruto. You have been pretty fun to hang out with, she said as she grabbed him from behind and pulled him into her. The back of Naruto's head went into Fubuki's breasts, and Naruto began to blush and fidget. Fubuki, stop doing that. Naruto whined, and Fubuki laughed as she let go. Still so shy around me, Fubuki said, Does Whittle Naruto have a kwoosh on me? She said, using baby talk and making Naruto blush even more. So stop bullying Naruto, Fu said to Fubuki. Fubuki, however, grabbed Fu and began to give her a noogie. Oh, little sis, so much to learn, Fubuki said. Fu and Fubuki have grown close over the past few weeks. They both bonded over their love of flying, and since then Fubuki has been training Fu in aerial combat. Fu sees Fubuki as a big sister, and Fubuki sees as little sister in Fu. Okay, enough horseplay, Mizore said, walking up to the group. Roga, are we ready to go back? He asked, and Roga nodded. Yes. Let's report back to Lord Dodo, Roga said as he looked over to Naruto and Fu And let's make sure to mention the stellar work of our two allies, he said, and both Naruto and Fu smiled at that. Naruto, Fu, and the three snow ninja began their journey back to Dodo's castle, leaving the bodies of the hanging rebels from the tree to act as a warning to any other who dare challenge Dodo's rule. Dodo's castle, one day later, a training room inside the castle. Okay, Karen, focus. Just like I taught you, Sasori said as he looked on his Karen. You could do it, honey, Mie said. Karen nodded as she formed a chakra chain from her right palm and sent it forward. The chain went to a training puppet supplied by Sasori that was laying on the ground. The chain made contact with the puppet, and Karen began her technique. Okay, here it goes, Karen said. Karen began to manipulate her hand like she was pulling strings, and the puppet began to move. Karen moved her index finger, and the puppet sat up. She pulled her middle and ring finger down, and the puppet stood up. Oh my God, it's up, Karen said excitedly. Okay, now try to make it walk, Sasori said, and Karen nodded. Karen used her thumb and pinky to move the legs as made the puppet walk around. The movements were stiff and wobbly, but it was going good. You're doing good, keep it up for as long as you can, Sasori said. Okay, Sasori sensei, Karen said as she walked around with her puppet. Mie smiled at this and looked over to Sasori. I appreciate you training her, Sasori, Mie said. Mr. Kakuzu isn't exactly the teaching type or the kindest, she said, and Sasori nodded. Karen is a smart girl. If she was born in Suna, she would have been a great puppet user, Sasori said. I'm just merely working on her present skills, he said. Sasori then felt something touch his shoulder, and he looked over. Mie put her hand on his shoulder and was smiling. Well, I'm glad that we found someone like you, Sasori. Mie said, you're a good man, she said. Sasori looked at her and her hand. Mie then realized what she did and blushed. My apologies. I shouldn't have done that, she said, but Sasori only chuckled. It's quite fine, Mie, Sasori said with a smile. I'm glad to have met you too, he said, and Mie blushed harder. Their moment was interrupted when the doors to the training room and Fu walked in. Hey guys, we're back, Fu said. Karen looked over and began to walk over with her puppet in tow. Hey Minty, Karen said using her nickname for Fu. Where is Naruto? She said. Fu got a tick mark and glared at Karen. Oh, he's probably sleeping after our makeout session, Fu said, making Karen growl. Why are you jealous? He's spending more time with me, you cabbage head, she said, and Karen dropped her puppet. You did not make out with him, you Grinch, Karen shouted. Fu began to grow red from both embarrassment and anger and got into Karen's face. You want to fight, Red? Well, bring it, Fu shouted back. Both Karen and Fu got into taijutsu battle, punching and kicking at each other. Well, I guess we can skip taijutsu for today, Sasori said, and Mie sighed. Cammy above those girls, Mie said, shaking her head, fighting over a boy who's as dense as a concrete, she said. Bless Naruto's heart, he's a sweet boy. But he's just not that bright, she said. Is that mean? Because I don't want to sound mean, Mie said to Sasori, who just sweat dropped. With Naruto, Fubuki, and Mizuru in a briefing room. Achoo! Naruto sneezed into his arm. Bless you, Fubuki said, handing Naruto a tissue. Naruto wiped his nose. You better not be getting sick, squirt, she said. I'm fine, Naruto said. Just as he said that, Dodo and Roga walked in and closed the door, putting a privacy seal on it. You're all here, good, Dodo said as he walked to a chair at the head of the room. Roga told me about your success in taking out another group of dissidents. Good work, he said, and everyone nodded. But now it's time for us to play our next hand. We have another group for you to take out, he said. Naruto raised up his hand. Yes, Naruto, Dodo said, and Naruto stood up. We have another group of rebels already, Naruto asked. I mean, when we started out nearly a month ago, it was mission after mission. But things have been pretty slow lately, he said, and Dodo nodded. So, what will taking out another group do, he asked. Dodo chuckled at this. Because all those other groups were nothing more than unorganized rabble. This group is different, Dodo said as looked over to Kakuzu. My sources on the mainland have been keeping tabs for anything of interest, Kakuzu said. And as of yesterday, I was informed of something big, he said. Naruto, do you remember when you assassinated Princess Cookie? Kakuzu said, and Naruto scowled. Yeah, I remember even though I don't want an Naruto said. Naruto was still sore about that mission and hasn't completely forgiven Kakuzu for it. Well, do you remember her assistant? Kakuzu said, and Naruto thought hard. Yeah, the old guy she treated like shit. Yeah, I remember why, Naruto asked confused. Roga came up and pulled out a picture of the guy they were talking about. This is Sandeo Asama, former advisor to the daimyo and leader of the rebels. Roga said, making Naruto go wide-eyed from what Kakuzu sources told him. Sandu and a large group of exiled rebels will be launching an attack on the coast of Snow Country, he said. Sandeu has asked for assistance from Kyomo in exchange of an alliance and a sharing of Snow Country technology, Dodo said. As far as we can tell, there will be over 300 rebels along with 100 Kyomo defectors launching an attack, he said. However, what he doesn't know is that there is a mole in their group who leaked the plans to us, Dodo said. So we will attack them in force when they land, Dodo said. So, what is the plan, my lord? Fubuki said. Roga stepped up and began to speak. Lord Dodo, us three and over 200 snow ninjas will assault the rebels when they land, Roga said, and they nodded. We will be assisted by Kakuzu and anyone else who wishes to join the battle, he said. Wait, wishes to join? What does that mean? Naruto said, and Kakuzu looked at him. I was given an offer to fight, he said. However, I will not speak for you. Sasori, Fu, or Karen. That decision will be made by you, and you alone, he said. Naruto looked at him wide-eyed. Kakuzu didn't voluntold anyone. He's giving us a choice, Naruto thought. The attack will be happening in a week, so make up your minds by then, Kakuzu said as he walked out of the room. Dodo looked at the others and spoke. Prepare for battle. Dismissed, Dodo said as he walked out. 2 hours later, with Naruto, Sasori, Fu, and Karen. Naruto, Sasori, Karen, and Fu were all sitting in a lounge area away from Ye. They were all talking about what Kakuzu and Dodo had told them. I don't know how I feel about this, Karen said. I haven't been in battle like you guys have. I don't think I'm ready, she said sadly. It's not mandatory, Karen, Naruto said. Well, what about you? Are you going to fight? Fu asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I am, Naruto said. The money Dodo is offering is too good to pass up, but I will share it with you guys if you don't fight, Naruto said. I think I will fight also, Sasori said. I already fought in a war. This will be nothing new to me, he said. Okay, so me, Sasori, and Karuto said, Dodo will be pleased with that. After all, we three are the heavy hitters of the group. More or less, he said. I'll fight too, Fu said, making Naruto look at her. I can see if I can fight in the air with Fubuki. I could help out, she said. Okay, sounds good, Naruto said. Naruto turned to Karen, who looked nervous. Karen, Naruto said. Karen fidgeted for a moment and spoke. I'll think about it, she said, and Naruto nodded. Okay, no pressure, Naruto said as he got up. I'm gonna go. Catch you guys later, Naruto said as he walked off. A few hours later, outside in a garden, Naruto was sitting by a fire pit in a garden, looking into the flames. Naruto was thinking about how everything came to this. He remembered Konoha, Inada, his torture, meeting Fu, then Karen and Mia, working with Gato and Sasori, and now here. Naruto's mind was racing so much didn't hear the footsteps until they were right behind him. If I was the enemy, you would be dead, Kakuzu said, as Naruto turned to look at him. Without saying a word, Kakuzu sat next to Naruto and looked into the fire. Naruto felt awkward sitting next to Kakuzu. Ever since the assassination, they hardly spoke unless it was training or for business. You're not cut out for this type of work, Naruto, Kakuzu said, making Naruto look at him. You're the kind-hearted. You have hopes, dreams, and people who care about you, Kakuzu said before looking at him. Me? I'm perfect for this job, Kakuzu said. I have no family, no home, no ambitions for the future. I can live far beyond a normal lifespan, but I cannot live a life, Kakuzu said. Then why do you do it? Naruto asked. Money, Kakuzu said. A ninja's true loyalty is money. There isn't a ninja alive that has done a mission without some kind of payment involved, he said. I cannot control my fate. I could not control my banishment, but I could control my bank account, Kakuzu said. I know you hate me, Naruto, but you have to heed these words I'm about to tell you, he said, looking at Naruto. Don't become me, Kakuzu said before standing up and turning around. Once you lose everything you love and cherish, you will become another monster, he said before he started walking away. I don't hate you, Naruto said, stopping Kakuzu. Kakuzu stood there for a second before he began walking away once again. Naruto turned around and looked back into the fire again as he soaked in Kakuzu's words. Fu, Karen, Naruto thought, I won't lose you, any of you, he thought. With Sasori in his room. Sasori was sitting at a table fixing the puppet he took from Kato. He replaced several joints and bolts and refilled the fuel tanks. What's that? Mie said, walking into the room. Oh, it's an old model of puppet Suna used to use, Sasori said. It's a flame puppet. It shoots fire from these nozzles, Sasori said, showing it to Mie. I'm fixing this for Karen to use. I'm also leaving instructions in order for her to repair and maintain it, Sasori said. Why you don't think you're going to die, are you? Mie said worriedly. Sasori sighed as he kept working on the puppet. You never know, Mie, Sasori said. I could die in battle or die 60 years from now from old age. You never know, he said. Sasori, Mie said softly, making Sasori flinch. Sasori turned around and saw Mie crying. Please don't talk like that. She stuttered out. My husband died a long time ago when Karen was young, Mie said. And since then our lives have been hard, she said, raising up her sleeve, showing hundreds of bite marks. I wasn't even a person to them, just a medical tool. And I don't even want to know what would have happened if I died and left Karen alone, she said, sobbing out. But when I met Naruto and he showed me kindness, it felt like all the misery and pain vanished, she said. And when we met you and you started teaching Karen, she began, but Sasori stood up. "Mia," Sasori said, walking up to her. "I'm not a good man. I killed people, betrayed my village. I'm not even fully human anymore," Sasori said, opening his shirt and showing his puppet's side. "I'm not a good man. You should find someone else," Sasori said with sad eyes. "I don't want anyone else," Mia said, touching Sasori's cheek. "I know you're not a perfect man, but you're better than the ones I've met before," she said. Sasori felt the warmth of Mia's touch and reached up with his human hand and grabbed it. Sasori and Mia looked into each other's eyes for what felt like eternity. Mia then leaned in and planted a kiss on Sasori's lips. Sasori's eyes widened but quickly leaned into the kiss. Sasori and Mia kissed for a few seconds as she wrapped her arms around Sasori's neck, and he wrapped his arms around her waist. Upon breaking the kiss, they both looked at each other. "Are you sure?" Sasori asked, and Mia nodded. "Yes, I'm sure," Mia said. "Please, Sasori, give this a chance," she said. "Okay, Mia," Sasori said as raised his hand and sent some chakra strings towards the door. He closed the door and locked it in order to give him and Mia some privacy. The next morning, Sasori woke up and looked to his side. Mia laid in bed completely naked, wrapped up in the blankets. Sasori smiled as he got out of bed, trying not to make too much noise. His human left foot hit the ground first, followed by his puppet right foot. Sasori got up and got dressed as he had to train Karen with her new puppet. Sasori sealed up the puppet and began to walk out. He stopped for a moment and looked at Mia. Sasori smiled and opened the door and stepped out, letting Mia sleep in. With Fu and Fubuki. Fu and Fubuki were both flying around the castle doing aerial maneuvers and circling each other, trying to land a blow. Fu spun around clockwise, going under Fubuki until she was chest to chest with her with only 3 or 4 inches between them. Fu cocked back her fist and sent a punch towards Fubuki. However, Fubuki used her air brakes to reduce her speed to a point where Fu's punch missed. "Ha missed me," Fubuki said as she leaned down and began to descend. "Catch me if you can, Minty," Fubuki said. "You won't get away," Fu shouted as she began to chase after Fubuki. Fubuki decided to fly low until she flew into the woods. Fubuki stayed just a few feet below the tree line as to not be slowed down by the thick foliage. Fu began to chase after her as both girls flew between the trees. Fu flew in between the trees, trying to keep up with Fubuki. Fu tried keeping track of her as the trees blurred her vision. As she went around another tree, Fu lost sight of Fubuki, what Fu thought. The next moment, Fu was attacked from underneath. Fubuki flew down, nearly touching the forest floor. When she saw Fu flew above her, she flew up at max speed in order to attack Fu. Fubuki slapped Fu across the face, making her see stars. Fubuki closed her wings and landed on a tree branch. Fu flew to the side and landed on a tree branch. "Ow, you jerk. That hurt," Fu whined as there was a throbbing red imprint of Fubuki's hand on her face. Fubuki began to laugh at Fu's pain. "Oh, trust me, I was thinking of kicking you in the gut," Fubuki said. "You should be glad all you got was a little love tap," Fubuki said. Fu huffed and crossed her arms. "Whatever," Fu said as she got back up. "Just you watch. Next time I'll beat you," she said, and Fubuki smiled. "I'll keep that in mind," Fubuki said. "Come on, let's go and get some food," Fubuki said, and Fu nodded. Both girls took to the air once again as they headed back to the castle. The next week, Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Fu all readied their gear as they were about to head to the coast where the rebels were going to land. Naruto clicked his chest plate on and put his winter coat on. Dodo offered Naruto and Fu chakra armor. Naruto's was a medium grade that was well-rounded, while Fu's was a lightweight model, so it won't hinder her flying. All right, let's go, Kakuzu said as Naruto and the other began their journey to the coast. Wait, hold up, came the voice of Karen. Everyone turned and saw Karen running up with her puppet and wearing medium chakra armor similar to Naruto. Sorry, I had a hard time putting my armor on. My mom had to help me, she said. Fu smirked and spoke. So looks like you decided to join us, Fu said. And here I thought you were too chicken to join us, she said, and Karen stuck her tongue out. Bite me, Grinch, Karen said. Naruto walked up and gave Karen a hug. I'm glad you're here, Karen. You can do this. I believe in you, Naruto said as Karen smiled and hugged him back. Okay, then, Kakuzu said, breaking up the moment. Let's get moving. They land in 6 hours, he said as he began to lead his group to the coast. At the coast, 5 hours later, Naruto was with Dodo, Roga, and Mizuru, along with 75 snow ninja, making up the center of the attack force. Karen and Sasori were with 75 other snow ninja on the right flank. Fu and Fubuki were on the cliffs on the left flank with 50 snow ninjas. However, these snow ninja were not the standard ninja, as they were all outfitted in chakra armor similar to Fubuki, giving them the ability to fly. Naruto was hiding with Kakuzu and the others as they waited for the enemy to arrive. Currently, he was laying down under a white snow blanket that kept him warm and camouflaged. As Naruto let out a yawn as dawn approached, and nothing has happened. The next second, however, Naruto's earpiece came to life. Lord Dodo, this is the Sea Hawk One. Coming came the voice of the aerial scout. This is Dodo, report, Dodo said. Enemy fleet spotted approaching the shore. ETA, 10 minutes, the scout said. Good. Everyone prepare for battle. Wait for my command, Dodo said. Naruto clenched his fists as he tried to calm his nerves. Naruto looked towards the sea and saw 10 ships come into view. Okay, Naruto. Get ready, Naruto. Thought to himself, time to earn the king's shilling. He thought that titched Kitsune. Chapter 10. Unmarked Kumo ship with Yujito Ni. 13-year-old Yujito Ni was standing on the deck of a ship looking at the horizon. Yujito was sent on this mission with 100 other Kumo ninja who deserted in order to help the Snow Country rebels take back their homeland. The fleet was small with only 3 ships and about 400 total fighters. Frankly, Yujito didn't care about that. She only cared about going into battle to prove herself. Yujito was personally selected for this mission by the Raikage himself. The Raikage chose her over his own brother B to participate in the mission. B was a Jounin and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. He was leaps and bounds more powerful than her. But since Snow Country didn't have a Jinchuriki, he didn't think it was necessary to send B. So he chose Yujito instead. While she was a fresh Chunin and hasn't mastered her tail beast, she was eager to prove herself to her Kage. This is it. My time to shine, Yujito thought, clenching the rail tightly. Lord Raikage and B-sensei trained me to the breaking point since I was a kid. Now it's time for me to make them proud, she thought with a smile. Careful, kitten, Matatabi said in Yujito's mind, don't get overconfident now. You are still untested in real combat, it said, and Yujito nodded. I can't help it. This is so amazing. Yujito thought years of training, years of waiting, and the Raikage picked me personally. How could I not be excited, she thought. She was brought out of her thoughts by Sandeu walking up behind her. You seem excited, Sandeu said as he walked up wearing his full suit of armor with his sword at his hip. Is this your first time going into battle? He asked with a smile, and Yujito nodded. No, I fought bandits and stuff, but this is different, Yujito said. This is my first ever ninja battle. It's my chance to prove myself, she said, and Sandeu chuckled. Well, I appreciate what you and your village has done for me, Sandeu said before his face became solemn. Since the death of Lady Koyuki, our spirits have been down. But when your village offered support to retake out homeland, we felt something we haven't felt in a long time, he said as he stood next to her. Hope, he said, putting his hand on Yujito's shoulder. When we retake out home, I will make sure. He began until a large explosion rocked the ship. What the hell? Yujito shouted as she got up and looked over the side of the ship. One of the ships exploded and was cut in half. Men and crew were on fire as they jumped over the sides of the ship. Mother of God! Yujito set her mouth agape. Aerial attack, a observer shouted from the crow's nest. It's Dodo's flying corps. They found us, he shouted. Yujito and Sandeu looked above them and saw over 50 figures circling the ships like buzzards over a carcass. Sandeu growled as he got up. Archers, ready your bows. Shoot them out of the sky, Sandeu shouted. The archers hastily got their bows and began to fire into the air. A few minutes prior, with Fu and Fubuki. Fu and Mobuki were flying in formation with the other snow ninjas as they spotted the enemy fleet. Okay, people, it's showtime. Fu and first group follow me, she shouted over her communicator. Copy, Fu shouted back. Fubuki and Fu both lowered their flight goggles in order to keep the wind out of their eyes and began their descent with 10 other snow ninjas. Fubuki, Fu, and the others were in a direct dive towards one of the ships. As they got closer, they all took out yellow and red scrolls. Okay, on my mark, Fubuki said as she and the other got ready to open their scrolls now, she shouted. Fubuki, Fu, and the others all opened their scrolls at the same time. Each scroll carried a 200 pounds high explosive / incendiary bomb, and all were sent towards the ship. As they released the bombs, they arced up in order to avoid the blast. 1 second, it was quiet, and the next there was a thunderous explosion that nearly made Fu and the others lose control. Holy cow! That was wicked, Fu said in awe as the ship was now cut in half and on fire. Good hit on target, Fubuki said over the comms. All groups break formation and engage the hostile, she said. As she did, she and Fu broke off as they all began to circle the ships and ready their explosive kunai and other weapons. With Yujito and Sandeu and Yujito were both ducking down as explosions erupted all over the ship. God damn it. Yujito shouted as she covered her ears. Yujito looked at her hands and saw she was bleeding from her ears as the explosions burst her eardrums. Keep fighting, men, Sandeu shouted. We must reach the shore, he shouted. The archers kept firing their arrows into the air, trying to knock the flying ninja out of the sky. Most of the arrows missed and didn't even get near the ninjas. After a few minutes, only one had been shot down when he got it close to the ship. As the ship neared the shore, Yujito got up and looked ahead. As she did, she saw a man standing on the water. "Hey, Sandeo, look, there's someone on the water," she shouted, gaining his attention. Sandeo looked out using the aid of a telescope and paled. "Oh my God," Sandeo said as he dropped the scope. "Every one of the lifeboats," he shouted. "With Roga." Roga was going through hand signs as he looked towards the two remaining ships. Such a beautiful display, he thought as he finished his hand signs. "I style. White whale jutsu," Roga shouted. A giant white whale made out of ice jumped out of the water and slammed into one of the ships, making it bend in half, cracking the hull. "Oomph, let's see you escape now," Roga said as the ship began to sink until the ship hit the bottom of the bay, effectively grounding it. "Now for the other one," Roga said as he began going through hand signs once more. In a lifeboat with Yujito and Sandeu. Yujito and Sandu were in a boat with about 30 other people as they rowed to shore. As they rowed away from their burning ship, a white whale shot out of the water and slammed into their ship, just as it did with the other ship. The whale cut the ship in half, sending a large wave that nearly capsized the boat. Water splashed up and soaked Yujito with the freezing cold water. "Damn it! How could this have happened?" Sandeo said as they made their way to shore. Sandeo looked around and saw dozens of other lifeboats around. "Damn it. We have lost nearly half our force, and we haven't even set foot on land yet," he thought. As the lifeboats approached land, Sandeo took out his sword and began to shout, "Prepare for battle." "This isn't the end," he shouted. "Very well," said Sandu, came the voice of Dodo from a loudspeaker. "You should have stayed away, Sandu. You would have lived longer," he said. "It's a shame, really. You're fighting for a kingdom that has fallen, for a royal family that is all but whipped out. And for what honor? Loyalty?" he asked. "You will never understand, Doto," Sandu shouted to the hillside. "Our will to free our country from your rule will see us, though, to the end," he said. Let's test it, shall we?" Dodo's voice said. As he said that, Dodo, Naruto, Kakuzu, and his army of snow ninja stood up and looked down at Sandeu and his depleted force, "My fellow shinobi. Let's end this rebellion once and for all," he shouted. All the snow ninja roared in agreement as they all charged down the hill to meet Sandu, Yujito, and the others. As Yujito got ready for battle, Matatabi spoke. "Kitten, no. I think I sense the QB up ahead, but he's different. Something is wrong here," Matatabi warned. "Are you kidding me?" Yujito thought. "What is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails doing here?" "Isn't Konoha," she began, but Matatabi interrupted. "Not just that, but I also thought I sensed Chome here as well." Matatabi spoke. "There are two Jinchuriki here, and we don't know how powerful they are. We must find a secluded area to fight them," it said, making Yujito frown. "Damn it. Fine," Yujito shouted, making Sandeo look at her. Just then Yujito felt a strange sensation crawl up her spine, and she felt an urge to go somewhere secluded. Yujito began to run off into a direction away from the battle that was about to begin. "Yujito, where are you going?" Sandeo shouted. He saw Yujito run off to the woods and was about to go after her. However, he decided to turn his attention to the army of shinobi charging at him and his remaining forces. With Naruto and Kakuzu. Naruto felt a tingling in his stomach as he rushed down the hill towards the enemy force. He saw a figure running away from the battle and realized it was coming from that person. Kit, you feel that the QB said, that is a Jinchuriki you are sensing. Go and give chase, it said, and Naruto nodded. Look at Naruto thought. Naruto looked over to Kakuzu and spoke. Kaku, the fox just spoke to me. There is another Jinchuriki here other than me and Fu, he said. Kakuzu snapped his head over to Naruto and spoke. Go and eliminate them, Kaku said. I will inform Fu to go and join you. We cannot allow them to live. They could turn the battle in the enemy's favor, Kakuzu said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto split off and ran after the other Jinchuriki, and Kakuzu got on his comm set. Fu, come in. We have a problem, and Naruto needs you, Kakuzu said. With Naruto chased after the enemy Jinchuriki through the woods, trying to catch up. Man, this is my first time fighting someone like me, he thought. I mean, I sparred with Fu, but this is for real, he thought. Naruto ran into a clearing and stopped as he saw the person he was looking for. She was an older girl with a long blonde hair tied into a ponytail, cat-like eyes, and wearing a scratch kimono headband. I can't believe it, the blonde girl said. You're just a kid. How old are you, 6? She said, and Naruto scowled from behind his mask. I'm 7, Naruto said. Now, please surrender. I don't like to kill unless I have to, Naruto said, and the blonde girl scoffed. I'm not going anywhere, she said, getting into a stance. Her nails began to extend, turning into claws. My name is Yujito Ni. Remember it for when you go to the afterlife, she said. Naruto sighed as he took off his jacket, revealing his chakra armor and his bare arms. Fine, then it's your funeral, Naruto said. Don't say I didn't give you a change to leave, he said. The threads on Naruto's arms began to come undone and began to act as tendrils much like Kakuzu's. Looks like my training is going to be put to the test, he thought. Yujito rushed at Naruto with her claws ready to strike. Yujito swung her claws at Naruto's head, trying to decapitate him. Naruto leaned back as the claws passed his face. Naruto sent his threads towards Yujito to restrain her. Naruto wrapped his threads around Yujito's arm and pulled her towards him. Yujito, caught off guard, stumbled towards Naruto, who cocked back his fist. Naruto slugged Yujito across the face, making her spit blood onto the frozen ground. Yujito quickly recovered and used her other hand to cut the threads holding her. Yujito used her claws to sever the threads and kick Naruto away. Yujito immediately went through hand signs. Fire style. Mouse hairball. Yujito fired a mouse-shaped hairball that was covered in blue fire at Naruto. Naruto skidded to a stop just in time to see a ball of fire coming towards him. Naruto jumped out of the way, and the flaming hairball hit a tree behind him. The tree was set on fire, and Naruto looked at Yujito. Did you seriously spit out a flaming hairball? That's super gross, lady, Naruto said, and Yujito got a tick mark. It's my jutsu, runt. Don't insult me, Yujito shouted, and blushing from embarrassment. I swear I'm going to kill this kid, she thought. Naruto realized he needed more help, so he opened his armor and brought out his second heart, which formed into its thread body and had its signature fox mask. Yujito saw this and recoiled as she saw a thread monster form after detaching from her enemy. What the fuck is that thing? Yujito thought. What is this kid, she thought. With Sasori and Karen. Sasori and Karen were both fighting on the flanks of the main battle, keeping the enemy from escaping. Sasori was using the blades hidden in his puppet parts, while Karen was using her puppet to launch fire attacks towards the enemy. Sasori ducked under a slash from an enemy's katana and countered by slicing open his stomach with his arm blade. As the man's guts spilled onto the ground, Sasori came up and stabbed the man from under the chin, piercing through to the top of his head. Sasori took out his blade and looked over to Karen. Karen was hopping from tree to tree, avoiding arrows and kunai being sent towards her. Karen took cover behind a tree for a second before coming back out. Karen then sent her puppet toward the group of archers and used her chakra chain to open the mouth of the puppet. With a twitch of her finger, Karen unleashed a firestorm onto the group of archers. The fire engulfed the group of 8 men, setting them on fire as they danced around in a panic, trying to put the fire out as it burned their flesh and burned away the oxygen in their bodies. Karen pinched her nose as the smell of burning hair and flesh made her a little nauseous. "Oh God, that smells bad," Karen thought. Karen jumped down and landed next to Sasori. "Good job, Karen," Sasori said, looking at her. "Let's head back to the battle," he said. But before they could go, Fu flew up and landed. "Karen, I need you to follow me," Fu said, and Karen looked at her. "What is it?" Karen asked. "Kakuzu contacted me. There's a Jinchuriki like me and Naruto here," Fu said, making both Sasori and Karen go wide-eyed. "Naruto is fighting them to the west. We have to help him," she said. "Karen, go and help Naruto," Sasori said, and Karen nodded. "Okay, Sensei," Karen said. "Be careful, okay," Sasori said as he ran off to join the main battle. "Let's go, Karen," Fu said, and Karen nodded. Both Fu and Karen ran west in order to help Naruto. With Naruto in his heart both charged at Yujito from both sides, trying to get her off guard. Naruto reached her first and threw a punch at her, to which Yujito dodged and kicked Naruto in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. Yujito brought up her claw in order to slash Naruto, but was stopped when her hand was grabbed. Yujito turned around and saw Naruto's heart holding her hand. The heart proceeded to hit her in the face, sending her skidding on the ground. The heart then opened its mouth and a ball of wind began to form. Yujito, seeing this, went wide-eyed. "Oh shit," Yujito thought. The heart fired a ball of compressed wind at her, and Yujito jumped out of the way. The ball of wind flew by her and hit a tree, breaking it in half and sending it to the ground. Yujito got up and looked at Naruto, who was back on his feet. Yujito was about to charge back in, but she heard something whooshing through the air behind her. Yujito turned around and was greeted with a foot to the face courtesy of Fu, who was flying at max speed. The kick sent Yujito flying across the field with a broken nose. As her vision refocused, she then saw an orange-haired puppet flying towards her with a red-headed girl controlling it. Karen manipulated her puppet and opened its mouth and aiming its arms at Yujito. Karen twitched her index, middle, and ring finger and activated the flamethrowers. Karen fired a stream of fire at Yujito, who got up and ran. Karen turned the puppet to follow Yujito, who was trying to avoid the fire. The fire stopped, and Karen recalled her puppet, much to Yujito's relief. But it was short-lived as Naruto ran up and began throwing punches and kicks at Yujito. Yujito began to block and dodge the attacks. until she found an opening and uppercut Naruto. Yujito was going to follow up, but was stopped when Fu came up from behind and kneed her in the kidney. "Guy, you little shit," Yujito shouted as she spun around in an attempt to elbow Fu, who ducked under and swept Yujito's feet. Fu proceeded to kick Yujito, once more sending her skidding back near a cliffside. Yujito stopped just before she fell over. As Yujito regained her balance, she heard a shout, "Karen." "Combo time," Naruto shouted, and Yujito looked over and saw Naruto going through hand signs. Naruto stopped on the last sign, wind style. Great break through. Naruto fired a wall of wind at Yujito. Karen, seeing this, readied her puppet. Karen, using the last bit of her puppet's fuel, fired a stream of fire that mixed with Naruto's wind jutsu. The result was a wall of fire that Yujito could not avoid. Yujito was hit by the combination jutsu and fell off the side of the cliff, only being saved when she sunk her claws into the cliffside. Fu then walked up and produced a kunai with an explosive tag. "See you next fall," Fu joked as she threw the kunai just above Yujito. The explosion knocked Yujito off the wall and sent her down to the freezing water below. Fu let out a sigh as she turned around and began to walk back. Fu walked back to Karen and smiled. "Well, that was something," she said, and Karen nodded. "Karen, Fu!" Naruto shouted, gaining both of their attentions. Naruto ran up and grabbed both girls into a hug. "Oh man, I'm glad you both came. That girl was super strong," Naruto said, squeezing them tightly. Naruto then let go and stepped back. "You should have seen it. She spat out flaming hairballs and did crazy acrobatic stuff and had these super long claws," and Naruto began until Fu stopped him. Okay, we get it," Fu said, giggling. "We're just glad we could help," Karen said with a smile. "Well, girls, I appreciate it," Naruto said as he took down his mask, revealing his smile. Naruto then went in and kissed Fu on the cheek. Then he proceeded to kiss Karen. "You both rock," he said with his foxy grin. Both Fu and Karen blushed and fidgeted for a moment, making Naruto chuckle. "Okay, girls, ready to head back to the battle," he said, and Karen stopped him. "I need to refuel my puppet," Karen said as she laid her puppet on the ground and opened a scroll containing 3 canisters of napalm, gasoline, and nitrogen. "Give me like 5 minutes," she said, and Naruto nodded. "Alrighty," and Naruto said, "Hey, let's reform again," Naruto said, and his heart ran over. Naruto opened his armor and spoke. Girls, could you look away for a bit?" Naruto asked, and both Karen and Fu turned around. They both heard the squishing and popping and shivered. They both thought as Naruto rebounded with his heart. With Kakuzu and Dodo. Kakuzu stepped over the corpses of the dead and walked to Dodo. "Look who I found," Kakuzu said as he dropped Sandayu bound with thread in front of Dodo. "Ah, Sandayu, good to see you again," Dodo said with a smile. "Go to hell," Sandayu spat out before being kicked in the face by Dodo. "Fool," Dodo said as Roga, Fubuki, and Mizuru walked up. "Take him to the castle. I'll deal with him later," Dodo said, and they nodded. Roga picked up Sandayu and walked off with Mizuru back to the castle. While Kakuzu, "Looks like you and your team earned their pay today," he said, "although I didn't see Naruto in the fight," he said, and Kakuzu spoke. "Believe me, Naruto probably saved us," Kakuzu said. "If he didn't distract that Jinchuriki, then our battle would have been more of a bloodbath," he said, and Dodo looked surprised at this. A Jinchuriki, here Dodo said before gaining a scowl. So Kumo sent one of their lapdogs, and he said, "Hey, Naruto shouted as both Kakuzu and Dodo looked over and saw Naruto, Fu, and Karen running toward them. What happened? Is it over? He asked, and Kakuzu nodded. Yes, it's over, Kakuzu said, and Naruto went wide-eyed. Oh man, I missed the battle. Naruto whined, stupid cat girl. Naruto pouted as he crossed his arms. Karen and Fu began to comfort him, and Dodo chuckled. Well then, good work, everyone, Dodo said. This failed invasion will be remembered for years to come, Dodo said as he began to walk away. Tonight, we celebrate out victory, Dodo said. Tell you what, Naruto, I'll have my chef prepare a special bowl of ramen. Just for you, Dodo said, and Naruto cheered up. Hell, yeah, Naruto cheered. Kakuzu chuckled slightly before speaking. Let's go, he said as Naruto, Fu, and Karen all followed behind Dodo as the snow ninja began to clean up the bodies of the fallen rebels. With Yujito was pulled out of the freezing water into a small boat. Don't worry, I'm here to help, came the voice of a boy. The next thing Yujito knew, he was taking her clothes off. Hey, Yujito shouted, slapping his hands away. I need to remove your cloths. Otherwise, you'll get hypothermia, he said. Yujito scowled and took off her cloths and was now naked. The boy took off his jacket and draped it over her. Here, take this, he said, and Yujito wrapped it around herself. And here's a blanket, he offered. Yujito snatched it and wrapped herself. Thank you, Yujito said while shivering. Yujito looked at him and saw he was wearing a Kumo uniform with a scratched-out headband. I had never seen you, she said, and the boy smiled. Yeah, I work in the hospital mostly, the boy said as he adjusted his glasses as he rowed the boat. Save your strength. It'll be at least half a day until we reach Kuno's shores, he said, and Yujito nodded. What's her name? Yujito asked, and the boy smiled. Kabuto Yakushi. Nice to meet you, Kabuto said with a smile. And you are Yujito ni correct? He asked, and Yujito nodded. I thought so. Your beauty precedes you, Kabuto said, making her blush. But aren't you the Two Tails host? How did you end up this way? He asked curiously, and Yujito huffed. You wouldn't believe it, but there were two other Jinchuriki there, Yujito said, making Kabuto go wide-eyed. They were not wearing any headbands, but my tenant recognized them as the Nine Tails and the Seven Tails. The girl had green hair and tan skin. The boy was blonde, but I don't know. He felt off, Yujito said. Really, Kabuto said with a smirk. Tell me more, he said. Stitched Kitsune. Chapter 11. Land of Snow. 2 weeks after the failed invasion with Naruto, Fu, and Karen. Naruto was laying down in a hammock with Fu and Karen on either side of him as they all lay down enjoying the nice weather. The day after the invasion, Dodo found the Koyuki family treasure, which was a heat generator. The land closest to the generators and the castle were now in spring-like conditions, while the rest of the country was still covered in snow. Dodo was pissed at first, but soon afterwards just said, fuck it, and moved on. Dodo paid the group their cut for assisting and holding off the invasion, but decided to give Naruto a little bonus. Dodo had a small cabin built for him near where the Koyuki family generator was, to which Naruto gladly accepted as his new home. Currently, Naruto was relaxing with both Fu and Karen by his side as both of his new girlfriends were asleep. Naruto still remembered how it all happened. Flashback 2 weeks ago. Naruto was sitting down in a chair as both Fu and Karen stood over him. "So what is it you want to talk about?" Naruto said, and Fu stepped forward. "Naruto, we've been together for a while now," Fu said, and Naruto nodded. "And well, over that time I grew, feeling for you," Fu said with a light blush, and Naruto nodded. "Okay, well, I don't understand," Naruto began until Karen stopped him. "Naruto, I also like you for a long while now," Karen said, blushing as well. "Wait, so you both like me?" Naruto said, and both girls nodded. "Yes, Naruto, we both like you," Fu said. "So that's why I want to ask you a question," Fu said, and Naruto listened. "Do you like us back?" Fu asked as both she and Karen looked on in anticipation. Naruto looked down and nodded. "Yeah, I do," Naruto said, looking at both Karen and Fu. "You both are great girls. You care about me, and you treat me well," Naruto said as he pulled now his mask. "You don't see me as a monster or frightened by my looks. You both see me as me," Naruto said with a smile. "Other than Hinata back in Konoha, you two are my only two friends I have," he said, and both girls smiled. "We're glad to hear that, Naruto," Karen said with a blush. "The reason we are asking you is because both me and Fu want to ask you something," she said. "We are both wondering if we could be your girlfriends," Karen asked, and Naruto went wide-eyed. "We don't have to follow the old rules," Fu said. "We are outlaws. We answer to nobody. So, who cares?" she said. "We just wanted to ask you." "You don't have to if you don't want to," Fu said as both she and Karen grabbed Naruto's hands. "But we would be happy if you did," she said. Naruto looked at the both of them and nodded. "Okay, sure," Naruto said, and both girls smiled. "But I'm not going to play favorites. I like you both equally," Naruto said. The next thing Naruto knew, he was tackled by Fu and Karen. Both girls gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek, making it official. Flashback end. Naruto still smiles at the memory, as now he is not one, but two girls who care about him. Having a little vacation, Blondie came a familiar voice. Naruto sat up, not waking up Fu and Karen, and saw Gato and two bodyguards standing a few feet away. "How's it going?" he asked. Naruto got off the hammock and walked up to Gato. "Hey Gato, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "And how did you find me?" he asked, and Gato smirked. "Straight to the point. I like it. Sasori told me you live out here," Gato said. "I need to speak to you, Kakuzu, and your two girls there," Gato said, pointing at Karen and Fu. "I have a job, and I think some extra muscle would help out a lot," Gato said, and Naruto nodded. "Okay, give me a minute," Naruto said as he walked over to wake up Karen and Fu. 1 hour later, Naruto's cabin. Naruto, Kakuzu, Fu, and Karen were all sitting in Naruto's cabin one side of the table, while Gato and his two bodyguards sat on the other side of the table. "I have to say, when I heard of your exploits here, I was very impressed," Gato said. "To be honest, I had a feeling I stuck gold when I hired you last." "Looks like I was right," he said. "How did you know we were here?" Naruto asked, and Kakuzu answered. "Obviously, our reputation grew for working with Dodo," Kakuzu said, making Naruto, Fu, and Karen look at him. "News travels fast in the underworld. The more jobs we do, the more our reputation grows, which means more clients," he said. "Bingo," Gato said. "Now, then the reason I'm here, I have a job that needs to be done, and I want the three kiddies here to handle it with my other guy," Gato said. "What's the job?" Naruto asked. "How much is it going to pay?" Fu asked. "And who are we working with?" Karen asked. Damn, you kids act like more like adults than most adults, Gatto said with amusement. The job is in wave country. I want to expand my business, but the damn people there are fighting back. They have a union of dock workers, and one asshole in particular, Kaiser, is a considerable pain in the ass, he said. The pay will be 1 million Rio for each of you. It's not much, but to make it up on the back, and I will also give you the same amount in stock for my companies, Gatto said, and Karen nodded. Okay, the pay is at most medium, but the stocks will be more than enough to compensate, Karen said as she did mental math. I don't see nothing wrong with it, she said, and both Naruto and Fu nodded as they trusted Karen's intuition and intelligence. Lastly, you will be working with two rogue Miss Shinobi. They're trying to raise money for the rebellion going on in Kiri, Gatto said as he got up. So, what do you say? Gatto asked. Naruto, Karen, and Fu all looked at each other and nodded. We'll do it, Naruto said, and Gatto nodded. Great. Meet me at the docks in 2 days, Gatto said as he got up and walked out with his bodyguards. Naruto looked at Kakuzu and spoke. Well, looks like we have another job, Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded. Naruto, make sure you're getting good with those Kiri ninja, said, making Naruto confused. If we are lucky, they could introduce us to the leader of the rebels, and we can go to Kiri for work, he said, and Naruto nodded. All right, Kakuzu, Naruto said as he got up. I'm going to pack my stuff, Naruto said. I'll help, Fu said as she walked over and began to help Naruto pack his backpack. I'm going to go and tell my mom about the mission, Karen said as she got up. Kakuzu, do you know where she is? Karen asked, and Kakuzu went wide-eyed. Kakuzu said. Dodo's castle with Mia and Sasori. Sasori and Mia were both naked in bed as they both relaxed with each other. Mia had her head on Sasori's chest, and Sasori had his arm around her. This is nice, Mia said, snuggling into Sasori, and Sasori nodded. You know, Mia, I feel a little guilty, Sasori said, making Mia look at him. Kara's my apprentice, and I'm sleeping with her mother. I've done some bad things, but I actually feel guilty, Sasori said, and Mia giggled. Okay, so murder, treason, and human puppets are okay. But sleeping with a student's mom is where you draw the line, Mia said, and Sasori flicked her forehead. Shut up, Sasori said. Besides, you're the one who came onto me, he said, and Mia laughed. Mia leaned up and kissed Sasori on the cheek. And I don't regret it, Mia said as Sasori pulled her in closer. Neither do I, Sasori said with a smile. 2 days later, Snow Country docks. Naruto, Fu, and Karen were walking along the docks with their backpacks looking for Gatto. After walking for about 10 minutes until they saw Gatto, Naruto walked up with Fu and Karen and greeted. Hey, Gatto, Naruto said. Where are the others? Naruto asked, and Gatto pointed to the ship. They're on board. Let's go, and I'll introduce you, Gatto said, and Naruto, along with Karen and Fu, followed. All four walked onto the ship, and Naruto was greeted by the sight of two people. Naruto, Karen, Fu. Meet your partners for this mission, Gatto said. Zabuza Momochi and his apprentice Haku, he said. All three children looked and saw a tall man with bandages wrapped around his mouth, sitting down on some crates with a humongous sword on his lap. Humph. So these are our partners, Zabuza said. They look greener than Haku, he said. Naruto and the others turned and saw his partner Haku. Naruto's cheeks reddened behind his mask, and both Karen and Fu felt slight jealousy. Haku had long black hair running down the back of her dark gray kimono, She had pale skin, large brown eyes, and was holding what seemed to be a white rabbit. Lord Zabuza, please be nicer. We will be working with them, Haku said, and Zabuza groaned in annoyance. Haku walked up and bowed. Hello, my name is Haku. I'm 10 years old, apprentice to Lord Zabuza here, and despite my appearance, I'm a boy, Haku said, making Naruto and Fu's jaw drop. What are you serious? Fu shouted. You look cuter than I do, Fu said. Well, at least I don't have to worry about Naruto being interested in him, she thought. Seriously, you're a guy, Naruto said, and Haku nodded. That's a lie, Karen said, adjusting her glasses as Haku and the others looked at her. Your chakra signature is that of a girl. And besides looking like that there's no way you're a girl, Karen said, and Haku sighed. You ruined my fun, Haku said, a little let down. I love saying that and messing with people, Haku said, and both Naruto and Fu got tick marks. Zabuza, however, was analyzing the three kids. So the redhead is a censor. Interesting. The blonde kid and the mint-haired girl must be combat types, he thought. Okay, enough chit-chat. You have a job to do and people to kill, Gato said as he walked away. As he did, Haku walked up in front of Naruto, Fu, and Karen. Well, you three seem like nice people. I hope we get along, Haku said before presenting a rabbit. Do any of you want to hold him? She said with a smile. Bunny! Fu cheered as she took the rabbit and began to pet him. Oh, he's so fluffy, she said as Naruto, and Karen chuckled. So how did you end up getting in this line of work? Zabuza asked the three children. I mean, I thought Haku here was young, but you three seem to be even younger, he said, and Naruto sighed. It's a long, sad story, Naruto said. How bad could it be? Zabuza said, not expecting it to be that bad. At sea, 2 hours later. Naruto, Karen, and Fu were sitting on deck with Haku, Zabuza, and Gato. Holy fucking shit, that is bad, Zabuza said, looking at the three children in front of him. So your village skinned and dismembered you for associating with a girl? Zabuza said to Naruto, and he nodded. Yep, cut off my skin, my fingers, my boy parts, Naruto said, which made Zabuza and Gato grab themselves. If it wasn't for Kakuzu, I would be dead or wish I was dead, he said. And you were being trafficked to another village to be a weapon? Gato asked Fu, who nodded. Yeah, Naruto and Kakuzu saved me before I could make it there, Fu said, and I've been with them ever since, she said. And you and your mother were being used for medical purposes? Haku asked, and Karen nodded. Yeah, if you bite me or my mom, it'll heal you. But at the cost of our own hell, Karen said. My mom was about to die until Naruto, Kakuzu, and Fu raided our camp and liberated us, she said. Haku was looking at all three of them and had a thought. And I thought I had it bad, she thought. I may be a despicable bastard, but even I have limits, Gato said. I've done worse, Zabuza said as he leaned back. But to be honest, if your villagers treated you like that, then they deserved you three abandoning it, he said. But you know, you kids seem to be a little too trusting. After all, you're telling this to three wanted criminals, Zabuza said, pointing at him. Haku and Gato, and Naruto shrugged. I mean, it's not like you three could go to the police. And if you did, who'd believe you, Naruto said. Kid has a point, Gato said. Oh, howdy-ho, officer. I ran into three children acting as mercenaries, and two of them have demons sealed in them, Gato said. Well, I mean, if you put like that, Zabuza said, rubbing the back of his head. Haku stood up and bowed down. I appreciate your trust in telling us this, Haku said, and Naruto grinned. No problem, Haku. You seem like a nice person, Naruto said, making Haku blush, unlike Mr. No Brows here. Naruto said, pointing at Zabuza. Zabuza was about to retort, but stopped. I'll give you that, Zabuza said. Gato got up and stretched. Well, I'm heading to my cabin. We'll be in Wave Country in 2 days, so get comfortable, Gato said as he walked off. After Gato walked off, Karen looked at Zabuza and Haku. So what are your abilities and specialties, Karen asked, so we can work together better, she asked. Zabuza and Haku looked at her, not entirely trusting her. I don't mean specifics, but just the general stuff, she asked. I'll go first, Naruto said, raising his hand. I use my threads as my main fighting style, but I also have wind release, he said confidently. Fu stood up next. I have water release, and I can fly, Fu said as she brought out her wings, making Zabuza go wide-eyed and Haku look starstruck. Oh my god, Haku said, running up and looking at Fu's wings. They're real. You almost like a fairy, she said, and Fu chuckled. Thanks, Haku, Fu said. When we get to Wave, I can take you on a flight, she said, and Haku nodded vigorously. I'm next, I guess, Karen said as she opened a scroll and brought out her puppet. I'm a puppet user, but I'm still new at it. I'm also a sensor type, she said. Zabuza looked at the 3 children and thought, they really just told us their secrets. He thought, fine, Zabuza said. I specialize as the hidden mist jutsu, kenjutsu, and water release, Zabuza said, keeping his skills vague. Haku, seeing this, stood up, and a few feet away, I can use water and wind release jutsu, but also, Haku began as she raised her hand in front of her. Haku proceeded to make a single ice mirror before walking into it to the astonishment of Naruto, Fu, and Karen. I can combine both elements to use my Kekii Genkai. Ice release, Haku said. Holy crud, Naruto said as he got up and walked up the mirror and tapped it with his knuckles. That is so cool. No pun intended, Naruto said, making Haku giggle. Hey, we just came from Spring Country. They have literally thousands of different kinds of ice jutsu, Naruto said. Maybe you can come visit and can learn some. I only know one basic one, he said, and Haku looked at him surprised. You have ice release Kekii Genkai, Haku asked, and Naruto shook his head. No, I don't, Naruto said. Snow Country Ninja just combine wind and water chakra like you. But it's more like mixing water and earth to make mud jutsus, he said, and Haku nodded. Can we go to Snow Country, Lord Zabuza? Haku asked, and Zabuza thought about it. We'll see, Zabuza said, making Haku smile before he got up. I'll be below deck in our cabin. Don't get in too much trouble, he said as he walked away. Haku was left with Naruto, Fu, and Karen, and unsure what to do. Well, we have 2 days until we reach Wave. Let's do some training on the deck, Naruto said as Karen and Fu got up. Do you want to join us, Haku? Naruto asked. Haku hesitated for a minute until she nodded sure. Haku said as she got up and followed her new friends to do some training. 2 days later, Wave Village docks. Kaiza was standing on the docks of the village with over 100 dock workers as he saw Gato's ship dock. He was holding a sledgehammer in his hand as he saw Gato, his 2 bodyguards, Waraji and Zori, a large man, carrying a huge sword on his back, and what looked like 3 children. What are those kids doing here? Kaiza thought as Gato and his group walked forward. Gato and his group stopped a little bit away from Kaiza and his group of dock workers and spoke. I have never seen a sorrier sight in my life. Gato said, Kaiza, you are a damn fool. I offered you money, power, and a better life, and yet you still stand in my way, he said, and Kaiza pointed his sledgehammer towards Gato. Your offer is tainted by the blood of the innocent, Kaiza said, and Gato frowned. You want to take over Wave and move that opium crap throughout ports, selling poison to innocent people. We will have none of it, he said, and the crowd behind him cheered in agreement. Supply and demand, Kaiza. I don't force people to use it. They buy it of their own free will, Gato said. I can tell you and your army of backwater bumpkins are not that smart, so I will make it simple, he said, tapping his cane on a concrete dock. Go back to your shacks and don't come back until I tell you to. And when I do, you all will be under my employment and move my product, Gato said. And with what army? I see 3 men on your side, and who are those kids? Kaiza said. Are you going to hide behind them like a shield? He said, and Gato groaned. Motherfucker can't make this shit easy, Gato said as he turned around. You brought this upon yourself, Kaiza. Zabuza, Naruto, I want Kaiza alive, he said, and both nodded. And kill half the dock workers, just to show them what happens when you don't follow the rules, Gato said as he walked back with his 2 bodyguards. Okay, brats, you heard the man, Zabuza said as he grabbed his sword. Naruto nodded and took off his jacket and placed it on a nearby crate. Time to earn our pay, girls, Naruto said. Fu got into her taijutsu stance. Karen summoned out her puppet, and Haku took out her Senbon and donned her Kiryumbu mask. Naruto, Zabuza, and the other charged at Kaiza and his group of dock workers ready to end the workers' revolt. With Naruto, Fu, and Karen. Naruto, Fu, and Karen were working together as they both charged toward a group of about 50 dock workers. Karen, combo time, Naruto said, and Karen nodded. Naruto went through hand signs as Karen got her puppet ready. Karen proceeded to fire a stream of fire at the dock workers as Naruto finished his jutsu. Wind style, wind bullets. Naruto fired a dozen wind bullets at Karen's fire stream and created a dozen overpowered fire bullets. The dock workers never seen anything like this and were caught completely off guard. All 12 of the fire bullets hit a dock worker, either killing them or setting them alight. The group of now 40 or so men scattered as Naruto, Fu, and Karen charged in. Karen used her puppet to slam and hit the dock workers to render them unconscious. One dock worker carrying a crowbar came up from behind and was about to hit her. However, Karen sensed him and was able to strike first. Karen turned around and ducked under the wild swing from the worker. Karen jumped up and kicked the man under the chin, making him spit up blood. Karen, while still in the air, spun around and kicked him on the side of his head, knocking him out. Karen then landed and proceeded back to using her puppet like nothing happened. Naruto, however, was currently plowing his way through the group of dock workers like they were nothing. Naruto was able to learn the basics of Kakuzu's earth style and was able to harden his body with earth chakra. Naruto drove his hardened fist into a worker's gut, breaking his ribs and sending him to the ground. Another dock worker tried to hit Naruto in the head with a metal bar, but Naruto stopped it by bringing his hand up and catching it, making a loud clang as he did so. Naruto grabbed the bar and pulled it towards him along with the man. Naruto proceeded to backhand the man, breaking his jaw and sending him to the ground. Fu was also fighting, but unlike Naruto, wasn't using brute force, but her speed and flexibility to weave her way through the group of men she was fighting. Fu kicked one man in the knee, breaking the limb, sending him to the ground holding his limb. Another man ran towards Fu holding a meat cleaver, and Fu took out a kunai from her holster. Fu parried the meat cleaver and jammed the kunai into the man's wrist. Fu then dragged the kunai up his arm, severing veins and arteries. The man fell to the ground and grabbed his arm in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Fu ignored the man's pain-filled cries and ran back into the fight. With Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza, using his giant sword, cleaved through 3 dock workers who tried in vain to stop him. "This is completely below me," Zabuza thought as he brought his sword back and got ready for another attack. "I fought the Mizukage and lived. Now I'm fighting a bunch of untrained civilians," he thought. "Screw this," Zabuza thought as he jumped back and went through hand signs and stopped water style. Water vortex. Zabuza, using the ocean around him, made a water vortex and sent it towards the group of workers. The workers panicked and tried to run away, but were too slow as the water jutsu washed them off the dock, sending most of them into the water. Haku, however, was not killing any of the dock workers as she threw her senbon precisely at them in order to incapacitate them. One worker tried to punch Haku, but she ducked under the punch and jammed his senbon into his elbow joint, making the arm useless. Before the man could scream, Haku jammed another senbon into his neck, knocking him out. Haku got up, but immediately dodged a sledgehammer courtesy of Kaiza. "Damn it, we are outmatched," Kaiza thought as he tried to hit Haku with his sledgehammer. Haku was dodging the strikes and countered, trying to hit him in the neck. Kaiza, however, dodged and kicked Haku in the gut, sending her skidding across the ground. Haku recovered and got back in her taijutsu stance. "He's different. He's not trained, but he's still skilled," Haku thought. "I cannot fail," she thought as she went through hand signs. Ice release. Ice spikes. Haku slammed her hands onto the ground, using the water already present to create ice spikes and sending them towards Kaiza. Kaiza went wide-eyed as he saw the spikes coming toward him, but steeled himself. Using his strength, he used his sledgehammer to destroy a spike just as it formed in front of him. However, he then felt his legs give out from under him as he fell to the ground. Kaiza reached behind him and looked at his hand and saw blood. "You play around too much, Haku," Zabuza said. "Just take him out," he said, and Haku ran up. "Sorry, Lord Zabuza. He's more skilled than the others," Haku said, looking at Kaiza. Zabuza used his sword to sever Kaiza's spine, immobilizing him from the waist down. Naruto, Karen, and Fu all ran up as they finished beating the dock workers. "So that's the last of them," Fu said as she looked around and saw half of the workers dead and the other half in the water or injured. "Kind of boring," she said, and Karen shrugged. "Who cares? We get paid either way," Karen said. "So what do we do with this guy?" Karen asked. "We make an example out of him," Gato said as he and his 2 henchmen walked up. "We need to put the fear of God in these people to ensure they never pull this sorry shit again," he said. "Naruto, do you have any ideas?" he asked, and Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I do, but it won't be pretty," Naruto said. Wavetown Center, 30 minutes later with Tsunami, Inari, and Tazuna. Tsunami was holding her 4-year-old son Inari as she and her father Tazuna looked on in horror with the rest of Wave at the sight they were seeing. Kaiza was bloody and beat her, being held up by his arm by a red-haired girl using glowing chains that seemed to be coming out of her back. Gato was standing on a platform in front of Kaiza and several others, people of Wave. Look at what happens when you defy me and my company, he said. This didn't have to happen, but you forced my hands. Now you will pay the price, Gato said as he walked away. Do it, kid, Gato said to a blond boy wearing a mask. Naruto was shirtless as he walked up to Kaiza and grabbed his shoulders. Kaiza looked at him, his eyes full of defiance. Sorry, dude, Naruto said as the threads on his chest became undone. The threads then shot out and buried itself into Kaiza's chest, making him scream out in pain. Tsunami, Tazuna, Inari, and all of Wave all looked on in horror at the display. Naruto's threads then proceeded to remove Kaiza's heart while it was still beating and pulled it inside himself. The heart was transplanted and the threads began to sew themselves back into Naruto. Kaiza was alive for a few more seconds until he fell to the ground dead with a gaping hole in his chest. Naruto stumbled back as Fu and Haku grabbed him, and Karen walked up to help him stand. Gato, seeing the deed was done, walked up. You brought this upon yourselves. It didn't have to be this way, Gato said. Now take a good long look at your so-called hero and remember this day for as long as you live, and remember my rule is absolute, Gato said as he turned around and walked off the stage with the others. Naruto was walking with the others as he heard the crying of a child. Naruto turned and saw Inari crying in his mother's arms as his mom tried to comfort him. Naruto then saw the old man standing next to her, and both locked eyes. Tazuna glared at the boy who killed his son-in-law with eyes full of hate and contempt. You damn monster, Tazuna thought. One day you will pay for your crimes, he thought. Naruto turned away as he couldn't stand the look he was given. He just silently followed Gato back to the ship to go back to Snow Country. On the ship a few hours later, with Naruto. Naruto was looking over the rail of the ship holding his chest. He felt the beating heart of Kaiza in his chest and felt the phantom pains of the technique. He was so far in his thoughts he didn't hear Zabuza until he was right next to him. That was pretty brutal, brat, Zabuza said, but I can tell your heart's not into it. No pun intended, he said, and Naruto nodded. I've killed a lot of people. Some deserved it, and some didn't, Naruto said as an image of Koyuki flashed through his mind. That Kaiza guy didn't deserve it either, he said. That's what it means to be a shinobi, kid, Zabuza said. Kill what makes you human in order to complete the mission. The mission is all that matters, he said before looking at Naruto. What is your mission, kid? Zabuza asked. Naruto thought and saw Karen and Fu both smiling. Karen and Fu, Naruto said, they are my mission. They live shit lives, and the least I could do is make it to where they can live long, happy lives in peace, Naruto said, and Zabuza chuckled. Then that's it then, Zabuza said as he got up. Don't let anyone get in your way of your mission, he said. Are you coming back to Snow Country with us? Naruto asked, and Zabuza stopped. For a little while, Zabuza said, Haku begged me to go, so she can learn ice jutsu, but I think she just wants to be around you and the girls, he said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. After a little while, me and her gonna Kiri to help out with the civil war there. You're welcome to come along, Zabuza said, and Naruto smiled. I'll talk to Kakuzu and Sasori, but I think we can make it work, Naruto said, and Zabuza nodded as he walked off. Naruto smiled as he looked up at the sky, Zabuza and Haku joining us. Man started out with me and Kakuzu, And now we're even bigger now, Naruto thought. I have so many friends now, Naruto thought before he got a sad look on his face. I wonder how Hinata is doing, he thought. In Konoha, that night Hyuga compound, Hinata got out of her bed and was going to get a drink of water. It has been months since Naruto's disappearance, and she has been growing more worried by the day. She has been hoping and praying that one day Naruto would return to Konoha. As she walked down a hall, she heard shouting and recognized it was her father. Hinata ducked down and hid her presence and listened. Damn it! How hard is it to look for a corpse? Hayashi roared as he looked at 4 branch members kneeling before him. We should have found him by now, he said, and one of the branch members spoke up. Lord Hayashi, we've been looking for months. The branch member said, if what they say is true, that Naruto boy should have died from his wounds, he said. He most likely was eaten by wolves or scavengers shortly after he. The branch member began until Hayashi activated his seal and he began to roll around in pain. I don't want excuses. I want results, Hayashi shouted as he stopped the seal. I want his corpse or some part of his body to prove that theory. And if you can't do that, then the consequences will be dire, he said. I already have the Hokage breathing down my neck about this, and we cannot afford to look weak and foolish, Hayashi said. Begone. Start the search again tomorrow, Hayashi said. The branch members got up and made their way to the door. Hinata, hearing this, silently ran back to her room before they exited. No one heard or saw her as she closed her bedroom door and fell to her knees. Father, why? Hinata thought as she closed her eyes and began to cry silently on the floor of her room. Why would you kill Naruto? He didn't do anything wrong, Hinata thought as she got up and went to her closet. Hinata lifted a floorboard and pulled out a piece of paper. On the paper, there was a sketch of Naruto that Hinata made from her sketchbook. She made it after Naruto went missing and prayed over it for his safe return. Hinata cried as she held the sketch to her chest. Naruto, I'm so sorry, she thought.